Morning, Dale.
Good morning. What are you up to?
Oh, it's trying to sunshine here, but I think we might get some rain.
Yeah, there's a cloud up south. It rained. The last time it rained was about 6:30. So it's about dried off. It looks like we're going to get another one here in the next half hour or so. I'm back in Lake Norman. We survived the flooding in Lake Lure.
I'll tell you what, we got very little in Gastonia. Yeah, I was amazed. I had class Thursday night and
Not paying the pressure.
Dow County just flooded out.
Yeah. Yeah, it came down, and that's a problem. That's a problem on the east side of Lake Lure, where Rum and Ball Resort is, the old Fairfield Mountains, where the two golf courses are, Rum and Ball and Apple Valley.
I've played Apple Valley several times.
That's a problem because when it rains up there, it comes down through Old Fort, and it comes down that way, down that creek. And, you know, it washed the bridge out and destroyed the marina 4 years ago. Well, 3.5 years ago there at the resort. And it cost us a fortune to fix it. And it was flooding out that way. And so it has done some damage again. But they built the bridge up high enough there at the resort this time, but it didn't wash the bridge out. But it still flooded the marina, brings all that silt and dirt and mud in, and you have to, dredge it out, bring a barge in and dredge it out. There at the beach, in what used to be called the Fairfield Beach, not the beach where Dirty Dancing was filmed, but the beach over at Fairfield there. That's now Rum and Ball. And so they had to let water out of the dam, and so the road was closed down at 6474 there where the Broad River starts coming out of the dam. They kind of got caught unawares and didn't have the water taken down the lake enough. So it's been an ordeal up there. Of course, we're fine here at Lake Norman. Yeah, it rained a lot in Lake Lure, a lot, and it rained a lot in Marion, just right there above us. Whoa, for it. I'm guessing we had 6 inches of rain easily.
Woo!
Easily.
Well, you put a barricade up. We didn't get near. I mean, we may have gotten an inch.
Yeah.
But that's okay. That's okay. I mean, it's okay for the inch. I don't think it's good for 6 inches, but anyway. Well, welcome everybody. Good to see you this morning. And as I typically say on a weekend, I know there's no place you would rather be. So we are happy that you're with us today. We're sorry, selfishly, Dale and I, that we're not together in Charlotte. And we lament that just about every time we talk. We've got a full day today with John Maxwell. I hope we'll have fun with this and take some tidbits. This is as we told you when we began, John Maxwell, Dale uses it in his first leadership class, and I use it in my first leadership class. And we try to take it from different perspectives. We take it from the school-based leadership role with the MELS program, and then in the EDLS we use a bit wider angle and talk about it from that perspective. But I guess John Maxwell will be proud that we value what he's talking about. The truth is that when you think of leadership theory, there are any numbers of authors that could come up with 21 laws or whatever to say here's what you need to do. I've just embraced this. Actually, I credit Dale for putting me onto it, and I think that from a selfish perspective, he ties in some Christian value with this, and I think that's And he certainly does as a motivational speaker. And I think that gives us kind of a unified view that we enjoy at Gardner Webb because we are a Christian university. So with that, let's start with just a moment of story time. Does anybody have a story since last we met? I know that Tuesday night had to be a difficult night for y'all, as you did not get to meet with us. And so there had to be great lamentation on your part. And again, you will have that again this Tuesday. So I can't imagine what you would do on Tuesday night if you couldn't be with us, but I know you'll figure it out. Today, we'll go through the 21 laws. I'll try to keep time. There's some of them that are I think worthy of it was luck of the draw of which ones you got, but some of them are worthy of further discussion more so than some, and so please don't take it as it reflects what you're talking about. All of us have our favorite laws. I could give you my 3 right now, and I know Ann's got her hands full. She's kind of going in different directions according to the email that we got, but I'm glad she's with us because she's got the first one, and I will tell you, yeah, it's some kind of cheering thing. Well, I got to put my glasses on to see what that says, and you'll have to tell me in a minute. But I will say this, that she's got the first one, and I think it's a vitally important one. So if she has to slide out or do something, I know she's kind of supervising. Let me tell you something, folks. Whatever your day's like, it can't be worse than Ann's because she's got a bunch of cheerleader girls that she's having to watch after. So, but anyway, Ann, you got the first one. Let's give this a shot with the law of the lid, and I'll keep track of time. Dale will chip in, and so you'll know we'll take breaks at least every hour and 15 minutes or so, and then we will take a lunch break today, but we'll stay on schedule. We're going to get through this book today. The good news for all of you is I've got the last one, so we can have that one as long or as short as we need, but it's the law of legacy, which is very important to me too. So, story time. Thank you, Leah. Golly, it bummed my brain. Thank you. Story time. Who's got a story? Now, there's got to be a story. Leah's got a story.
Andy and I were invited to present at the middle level educators conference.
Wow. Is that going to be an in-person one? It's going to be a virtual presentation.
This one's going to be pre-recorded, although we have presented synchronously virtually, and then Andy's presented to her faculty once, or have you done it a couple of times now? Yeah, but it's an ongoing thing for her at her school too. So
yeah, well, don't make her talk right now because she's eating breakfast. Right.
You can call tater tots breakfast. Yeah.
That's what are you eating?
Tater tots
for breakfast. I guess that's kind of like hash browns, isn't it?
I mean, I'm a child, so
yeah.
I eat like one too.
You put ketchup on them?
Mustard.
Oh, that's a great honor. When you don't do these presentations now, are you using some of the work you did in your EDCI program, or is that kind of you almost presented it in that program and now you're just taking it to a broader? Wonderful.
That's it. It's our PLM. Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. That is terrific. Any other stories? I hate to ask Phyllis how things are. She's still smiling though.
Things are the same, you know. She wants to be called Moth and she wants to be a boy.
Okay. Anybody else? Who the Gamecocks play today, Stacy?
They'll be playing Tennessee at 12, so I'll be checking out around then. So y'all get me till then. After that, I'm gonna be watching in class at the same time. So it'll be what it'll be.
I cannot believe that. Is it home or away?
It's at Tennessee, but we're gonna beat them. I believe the score is gonna end up being 23-21 Gamecocks. I'm making a bold prediction.
That is a bold prediction. UT's a little bit better this year.
Yeah, well, they can get over themselves.
Okay.
I get tired of hearing Rocky Top. I did want to say I spent a good bit of time yesterday evening in the emergency vet with Daisy. But here she is. She's saying hello. She didn't die like I thought she was going to. So,
How old is Daisy?
she's 3.
Stacey, what happened?
Well, I was about to sell tickets at the Union County High School football game, and my husband called and said, long story short, I think Daisy's dying. Meet us at the emergency vet. So needless to say, I sold no tickets, and I hollered and sent 2 texts and told a couple of people where I was going, and drove recklessly and quickly from Union to Spartanburg to the emergency vet, and she's fine. So she was screaming though, mama, and I didn't hear the screaming, but then she was like in and out of consciousness for a while. So I don't know if she went into shock. I don't know what the deal was, but the emergency vet just looked at her and said, or, checked her out and said, she's not showing any signs of pain anytime, anywhere I touch her or anything, but they gave her an anti-inflammatory shot and gave us some medicine to start tonight and said to follow up with our family vet, when on Monday or whatever, or today, but I said I have class. So, and she's doing much better. She was a different dog. She was hanging her head out the window on the way home. So she's fine. Thank God.
I have a minister friend, and he's got a slogan: where there's dope, there's hope. So I guess, and he certainly is not meaning it in the negative way, but rather the positive way. There's some of these, what vets and certainly healthcare providers for humans do with the things. We're amazingly healed. So we need to be thankful for scientists.
Well, there was just no way. I mean, she's, there's no way to ask her, Daisy, where are you hurting? You know? But so they checked her all over, and my husband and my mother said she was screaming in pain for at least a solid 30 seconds or more, and so I don't know what was going on. If she's got a little patella issue with her little legs, I don't know if something got out of whack. We don't know, but I'm going to follow up on Monday with Dr. Alexander. So.
All right. So the last question, and I think this is for all of us to hear very boldly here. If Daisy would get sick like at 12:15 today, and South Carolina is driving down into Tennessee territory, what's going to happen?
I'm going to have to resort to listening to Todd Ellis on the radio on the way to the emergency vet, I guess.
Okay. All right. I needed to know, but you would not resort to listening to me and Dale on the way.
I apologize, and if that offends you, I'm terribly sorry, but no, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I think we're a class of priorities here.
Yeah. You got my Gamecocks are very, very special to me, and I want to do well in this class, but
yeah, priorities.
Daisy's my pup.
I hear you. Okay, welcome everybody, and thank you for sharing, and Leah and Andy. I know we're all proud that you represent Gardner Webb and presenting your PLM for the middle school folk, and thank you for that. That's just wonderful. All right, let's get started. Ann, law of the lid.
Well, there's nothing like going first, right?
That's right.
And I'm like reading the directions to the assignment as I'm logging on this morning. So this is not a 15-minute presentation. I didn't know if you meant 15 minutes altogether or 15 minutes for one law. But basically I made commercials for my laws. So I'm gonna play y'all my Law of the Lid commercial. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Give me a thumbs down if you can't hear it. And actually, Leah, Stacy, and Mr. Law, Dr. Laws, y'all are the only ones that I can see on my screen. So
We got
y'all
you, Anna.
have to give me the thumbs down.
I can hear it, but I can't hear what.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to go back and do the,
Oh yeah, I gotta unshare my screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. How do I forget this?
I don't know, but I do it as much as you do.
All right, we're gonna try again. Ready, guys? This is the Law of the Lid. Your leadership ability, for better or worse, always determines your effectiveness and the potential impact of your organization. Let me tell you a story about Dick and Maurice. They moved from New Hampshire to California in search of the American dream. They had a very high dedication to success. Dick and Maurice decided to hop on the wave that automobiles were taking throughout the country and serve food to people from their automobiles. They used glassware and silver, and car hops would come and deliver your food. Eventually, their intuition told them that times were changing. They eliminated the car hops, and they became known as McDonald's. They reduced their costs and lowered their prices they charged their customers. They also created what they call the speedy service system. Their kitchen became like an assembly line, where each employee focused on service with speed. McDonald's wouldn't have gone much further because Dick and Maurice were not leaders. When they tried to franchise on their own, they weren't even sure they wanted these mimic restaurants to be called McDonald's. Then they partnered with Ray Kroc. He was a leader. Ray Kroc even put up his own life insurance to help cover salaries of a few key leaders that he wanted on his team. He franchised McDonald's, making it go global. The higher you want to climb, the more you need leadership. The greater the impact you want to make, the greater your influence needs to be. Let's take a look at success without leadership. Success without leadership looks something like this. Your success dedication is high, but your leadership ability is low. Now, you could spend effort trying to increase your success dedication, but that will only minimally affect your success measure overall. What you really need to do is invest time in your leadership ability, which is going to multiply your effect. Your effectiveness is this green section here. So if you focus on leadership ability, it's going to multiply your effectiveness. Personal and organizational effectiveness is proportional to the strength of leadership. Lastly, I'll leave you with this thought. The Law of the Lid basically asks you, do you want to be, oh, there's where all the McDonald's locations are. Everywhere, McDonald's everywhere. Are you a can of tuna or the Eiffel Tower? Do you have a low lid or a high lid? And what are you doing to increase the level of your lid? It's the law of the lid, ladies and gentlemen. I'll leave you with that.
That was a good commercial. And do you have a lid?
I don't think I have a lid as a mother. I don't think I have a lid as an employee. No, I don't think I have a lid. No.
Okay. Does anybody think they have a lid?
I know people with a lid.
This is an interesting one, and this is one of my favorite ones. Thank you for the commercial. And it's not because I love McDonald's, but that is a neat story. It's a neat movie if you ever see it. I think Michael Keaton plays Ray Kroc. But I would not. I'll disagree with you, Ann, in that. I think we all have lids. You went at it from mother and profession, which are two areas, but they're not every area. So I'm going to share a couple of things with me. One is that years ago in the church we attended, the choir was female heavy. We had like 20 female voices, and the men's section was tapering off, and it was down to like 4 men, and we were getting close to the cantata practice season. And the choir director at our church, the music director, said, "Steve, I want you to join the choir." And I thought she was joking, but she was dead serious. And she said, "I want you to join the choir for the cantata." Well, then, I mean, I'm certainly not an orator at all, but I say, well, she's probably just wanting me to narrate. But indeed, she was not. She wanted me to join the choir. And so I joined the choir, and the choir was not happy that I was in it, because there is no singing talent in me, none. And so, the question in front of everybody was, what part are you going to sing? And I said, "What do you mean by part?" And she said, "Well, are you a bass or are you a tenor?" And I said, "Well, I don't think I'm either one, really." But anyway, I sided with the bass part, and it was every bit as bad as anybody could imagine. But something remarkable happened. And what happened was that other men started joining the choir. And what I discovered was that it was an initiative by the choir music director, that the choir members would be aggressive in recruiting others so that nobody could hear me. And it worked. And I think that one of the things that we have to realize is that for all of us, we have been blessed with certain things that we do pretty well. And that's not an egotistical statement from me or from you or from anybody. There are things, Ann just said, I am a good mother. I am a good employee. There are things we do well. And there are things that we don't do so well. And I've known since, I don't know, since I was old enough to know that there is at no point am I going to be able to sing. I'm not. I don't have that gift in any way, shape, or form. I joke about it. I sing on Sunday morning, if it's a good 60 song or 70 song, when I'm listening to Sirius, I'll sing along in the car if nobody's in there. But I can't sing. There are lids that we have, and it doesn't mean we are failures as people. And, you know, I could tell you my baseball story too. If you look behind me, I got a whole rack of baseballs back there. I love baseball. But as a young junior high lad, when I was trying to play baseball, the coach said, Steve, you need to take up golf. It wasn't going to happen. So what I want out of this one for all of us, the importance of leadership is twofold. One is know what you do well and know what you need to surround yourself with to make up for it. That's critical. And there are other laws that are going to address this as we keep going, right? The second is leadership involves hiring people and surrounding yourself with people. And it is incumbent upon us to be able to gauge the lid of other people. Maybe more so than anything we do, recognize the lid of other people. Don't put them in positions where they're going to be destined for failure in that position. It's not fair to your organization, and it's not fair to that individual. Sometimes that's a hard conversation, but it is a good conversation to have, because it's a harder conversation if you have put them in the position to fail and they fail, because then you've got to fix it that way. So what I love about the law of the lid, we spend more time on this one than any, almost. Well, there'll be a couple more. But I want to say to all of us, we have lids. We have lids in everything we do. Maxwell tells us we know inherently we can work to fix many of those lids. We can get better at what we do with those things we have lids. And she talked, and Ann talked about that in her commercial, right? She showed the Eiffel Tower or whatever, that we can keep growing and improving. But there are some things we just have to say, I can spend all of my time trying to get to a certain level, but it's never going to be the level I want to be at. So I need to go another angle and excel in that, because I've been given more talent in it. And that's the law of the lid. That self-reflection. I want to be better at this, but I'm never going to be really good at this. I'm going to be really good at this. And I think that's what this law is all about. And you know, I could tell story after story of the lids I have. One last editorial comment. One of the things that makes me cringe, and in all the speeches that I have had to give and people have been bored to hear, you will never hear me say to young people or old, you can do anything you want. I don't believe that, because I think there are lids. I will never be able to sing. I don't have it. And that's okay. So I will shift it and say, we can get better at anything we do. But there's things I will not say you can do anything. I don't believe that. And that's what I told you from the beginning. I'll tell you what I think, and it doesn't mean it's right. So anybody's free to refute me on that statement. But anyway, that's the law of the lid. Who's got a comment?
Me. What is leadership? You know, operational definition of leadership is the, excuse me, intentional application of task and relationship behaviors. That's kind of classic. What is leadership? But none of that works if you're not self-aware. I think as Steve was talking there, that's that's one of those things that his baseball coach told him he needed to be a golfer. But too many times we can't have those critical conversations with people that we have to have as leaders. That's the kind of the key to the law of the lid is you have to be self-aware. I'm sure all of you probably participated in Joe Hari's window somewhere along the way where you did all those activities to learn about yourself. But you have to be able to do that with others and help them see reality as well. And that's really where the leadership piece comes in. You have to know yourself, but you have to be able to assess others and help them and put them in positions to be successful. And that's the biggest key when we take and translate this to school administration. You have to be able to have those critical conversations with people, but you've got to be in their classrooms. You remember one of the crazy things I said early on when we started is you can't really lead a school until you can let people go simply because they can't teach. That's what we do. And you have to help them. But some people just can't do this. They just can't. You can do all that you want. I mean, Steve can practice the rest of his life singing. He's not going to be a singer. I have similar things. I would love to be a great guitarist, but my buddy, the band director, says my musical ability extends to the ability to hear a door slam. And so, although I want to be, and I have good equipment, I can't be because I don't have that talent. But recognizing in yourself what you need to surround yourself with is the first step. But then being able to have critical conversations with people, that's where the school leadership piece kicks in. Is that you've got to be able to have critical conversations and be in those rooms and know what people can and can't do. That's how we apply the law of the lid in terms of practicality of school situations.
All right, all of them won't be this long, but I think Dale and I are in full agreement because we've been doing this for so many years. Is the importance of the law of the lid. Let me emphasize one more time. Just because somebody has a lid in one thing doesn't mean they have a lid in being successful. They do not have a lid in being successful. And we have to recognize that. And so if we have the critical conversation to shift somebody into another endeavor professionally, doesn't mean they won't succeed in another endeavor professionally. So an important law. All right, Stacy, good news. The Tennessee South Carolina game is still tied as you get there.
Nothing to nothing, huh? Okay, I got to share my screen. Oh Lord, how do I do that? There it is. Okay, and share. All right, I didn't do a commercial, and I also had intended on going back last night and adding some things that from other sources, and I didn't do that either. But I had the law of influence, and my husband's printing something right now, and I don't know if y'all can hear it or not, but it's distracting me. Anyway, I had the law of influence, and I kind of like this one because I have on more than one occasion said I'm not the best at teaching. I'm not the best at doing a whole lot of things, but I am a pretty reasonable motivator, and I can get people to do what I need them to do so that we all come out the better for it. So it said in the book, it said leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. It cannot be awarded or appointed or assigned, and you can't mandate it. It can only be earned. I like that too. I think we've seen people put in leadership positions who did not need to go there because they were appointed, and that doesn't necessarily make them a great leader. I like the 5 myths of leadership, and I got a movie also I can see my stuff. the first one was the management myth, and that said leading and managing are the same, and that's not true. And I think we've talked about that already a little bit, but managing something is maintaining a system, and leading is exerting influence to go beyond status quo to make a positive change. And if you want to keep things moving along, then you manage a system that's already in place. But if you're going to be a leader, then you're going to take what's going on and change it and do something positive. The second one was entrepreneurship is leadership. And that's part of leadership, I think, is to be able to see opportunities, but that's not leading. Most entrepreneurs must partner with other skilled people, which kind of leads to the other law that I have about your circle of your inner circle. But most entrepreneurs must partner with a skilled people person in order to lead. Just because you can see the idea doesn't necessarily mean you can make it happen. Knowledge is leadership. The quote was something about knowledge is power, and I believe my high school motto was there's power in knowledge. I think it's a scientia protestus est, and I wanted to go research that and put that in there, but I was at the emergency vet. But IQ or education does not equal leadership, and I've seen that in my life. So just because you're smart doesn't make you a great leader. I mean, it's a good thing to have, but doesn't necessarily put you where you need to be as far as leadership goes. The fourth myth was pioneering is leadership. And I like this one. I actually talked about this to my kids yesterday. Pioneering is leadership. Being out in front does not necessarily mean you're leading. You need to be intentionally followed or being intentionally followed. I mean, do people actually want to come be on your team? And we were talking about we talked about Charles Manson and Jim Jones and a couple of people who might have exerted some sort of fantastic leadership skills for negative things, but still leadership skills nonetheless. The fourth myth was position in leadership. Just because you are the president doesn't mean you're a leader. Just because you are the principal doesn't make you a leader. Position doesn't make you the leader. Leadership skills make you make the position. I'm sorry, Daisy's getting sick now. And if you want to know, those were the 5 myths. If you want to know who the real leaders are, you ask the followers, and I believe that wholeheartedly. I'm sorry, Daisy's getting sick. Hang on. Just okay. Anyway, the power of influence. They talked about Billy Graham and talked about his character, and you can sense this character. Y'all just let me finish doing this, and then I'll get it. Being able to build relationships. You're only a leader if you have followers, and that requires you to be able to build relationships. Knowledge doesn't make you a leader, but certainly it's hard to be a leader without it. I thought one of the most important things was having intuition, your ability to deal with lots of intangibles, being able to maintain. I'm sorry, I can't see my stuff. That's the main difference, but that's supposed to say difference between leaders and managers. Experience, if you've been challenged in the past, you're more likely to get a chance in the present. They want you, in order to be a good leader, you need to have been challenged in the past. If you've had past successes, a good track record, then that gives you more reasons. That gives a person more reasons to trust your ability. And they want to know about your ability. Can you lead the team? The power of leadership comes from the ability to get others to participate in the cause or to work towards the goal. And I liked at the very end of the chapter, it said something about this proverb. It says, he who thinks he leads but has no followers is only taking a walk. And I firmly believe that. So And I apologize for all the extracurricular activities.
So the law of influence is I think we all have to recognize that leaders have the power to influence other people. And we have seen that. Stacy was just referring to this. All of you can talk about people with whom you've worked that have been in leadership roles that struggle with being influential. And one of the intriguing things that Stacy mentioned, which one of the myths was this idea of whether or not a person's smart, and does that translate into leadership? Well, we kind of know the answer to that, don't we? That there are lots of smart people who do not have the leadership characteristics that they need. And that's okay too. Remember, going back to the lid, that's what's kind of fun about watching the progression of these things is, there are lots of smart people that, when I go to the Geek Squad to get my computer worked on, some of those people would not be put in a bin that we would say they're leaders. They are just gifted at figuring out what's wrong with this computer. And that's a blessing for a lot of us. So we cannot translate, quote, intelligence with leadership. It doesn't always match perfectly. The other is this idea, and we'll hear this a lot when you're in a hiring position, is if you hire somebody over another person, a lot of those persons that are not selected get angry because they say, I have the credential. And friends, we know that credential does not equate to the leadership needed for some positions. Now it does bolster it, but it does not in and of itself make one a leader. So that's what I like about this one. I think it's a meaningful law because of the idea of the myths of leadership. I thought that was a good take on that. Stacy, you did a good job. Dale, you got anything on this one?
Simply the difference between positional power and relational power. You lead from where you are. And that's one of the things that I really want us to focus on through this particular add-on licensure program is you don't have to become a principal for this course or this licensure to help you. This is another tool in your chest for your position, for your relational power. You're seen as an expert, you have skill, you have ability, and people will follow you, not because of your position, but yeah, bloom where you're planted. That's a good one, Stacy. People will follow you because of your skill and expertise, your relationships, your ability to do things. And so if you never become principal, that's fine. That positional authority or that positional power, but you still got to self-actualize, to reach your lid, to reach your potential in life. You lead from where you are. And that's what's important about the law of influence.
All right. Thank you, Stacy. Leah.
Can I ask one
about
question real
process.
quick? Can I ask one question real quick?
Sure.
I think when we learned about our strengths, and I thought about that on this one and on my other law, when we learned about our strengths in the EDCI program, and we talked about all our the things we're good at and the things we're not so good at, and surrounding yourself with people who are better at that than you are. But in leadership, my question, I guess, is in leadership, is it okay to admit to anybody, and especially those people who are following you, when you're not good at something? Or does that put you in a position of being criticized? Or
they already know.
Well, yeah, and I thought that too, but I mean, I've always been one to get in front of myself. If I can't do something well, I'll tell you I can't do it well. I'm probably my worst critic, but I wonder sometimes, does that put me in a different light when it comes to, being seen as a leader or not? It seems like sometimes people act like they can do everything, and those are the ones that get the job. But if you say I'm not really good at that, but I'm really good at this, then, I don't know. It just seemed a little unfair. I don't know.
So I'll say to that, I have an assistant principal who, I mean, if we have a meeting with her on Zoom, she'll say, I really don't know how to do that, but if you don't know how to do it, I will find someone to show us both. And usually our staff steps up, like if it's a whole group PD session, and someone will send a video to her and she'll send it out to the staff. So I think sometimes it is good to acknowledge that you can't do something well.
Rebecca, I agree with you and with, I think it was Andy in the chat. Maybe it was just you, but I think the follow-up is crucial if you do that as a leader. If you acknowledge that you're not strong in an area or you don't know something, that's not the end of it. I think you have to take that next step to continue to build the word I'm looking for is not in my brain, as a leader. Yeah.
Build trust and build a cohesiveness and build collaboration in your faculty. Trust me, people know when you're all hat, no cattle, you don't know, and you try to bluff them. People know. Now the issue is, do you know? Back to Jahari's window, do you know? Do you understand that you have a perception that you're blind to, you can't see, and that perception is based off of your skill and ability, but also your honesty. And if you don't know something, it's okay to say I don't know, but I'll find out, or we'll plug you in. That's back to what Steve was talking about. You surround yourself with people who have the things that you don't have, or you go and get those things. But trying to bluff, fake it till you make it does not work in our business. People know. I had this conversation with sitting principal in Wilmington last night. You're exactly right. Nowadays, it seems like we're hiring people in leadership positions in schools that are all about confidence and the show, those kinds of things, but have very little skill and ability. They have to set the seats, and they bluff their way through by being arrogant and dismissive and sarcastic. One of the points that I made in one of the discussions this week is sarcasm is not humor. It's bullying. And it tends to put people in their place. And we've all been around, positional leaders who that is their go-to. If they don't know something, they become aggressive and accusatory in the other direction. People will not follow folks like that. They may have positional authority, but that's short-lived. That is short-lived. And so the answer to the question is, if you don't know something, everybody else already knows that. And so you can only build on that if you will admit that and go on about your business and seek to improve. Now, here's something that to Steve, lack of singing and my lack of playing ability this morning that goes along with that. Some things I don't want to do. And that's part of it too. I don't need to be the best at everything. Some things I have no interest in getting better at. So I better find somebody that can do that. And that's one of the things that it's okay in leadership. If you're not any good at that, or if you have no desire to be that, but you've got to be self-aware enough to go find somebody who can plug that in for you. And that's one of the mistakes that we make as leaders is that I've got to be good at everything. And even though I'm no good at this, and I spend an inordinate amount of time trying to do things that I'm not good at and neglect the things that I can do. Know your limitations and find people that you can plug in so that these people who have to work day and night and still can't get it done, that's the problem. They focus on the wrong things. Know your strengths, expand upon those. If you're interested in learning something else, that's great. But if you're not, acknowledge that and find somebody that can fill that gap for you. You know, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint, or, you know, insert metaphor here. You know, you got to take the longer view, the bigger picture here. And folks who are just trying to struggle through day to day and trying to bluff their way through, it doesn't last.
I'll close my section. Stacy, that's a wonderful question. Vulnerability is a difficult topic. I think if you're in a leadership role, if you immediately say, I am not a curricular person, which is true about me, then I've lost a group to start with. So I always tried to go the other direction with it and just give the platform to those who did better at it than I could ever dream of being. And that would be any one of y'all. And, you know, Dale and I have talked before, you know, and we talk nearly daily, how much fun it would be to be a teammate of any one of y'all, because we both came along in a different time. We've told you this, and it would be, for me, could you picture me coming and being in the EDCI program and having a class with y'all? I mean, that would, you know, that would be in many ways just, I could not experientially expand your knowledge because I don't have that background to do it. You have that background. And so I think that's where it comes from, Stacy. I think the law of influence is not being the all-knowing person, but being the all-providing person. And that's the law of influence. And so now, Leah, tell us about process. Jennifer, I can't believe you said that. But that is a constant problem.
So when I started this assignment, I realized that, whoops, I accidentally got the workbook instead of the book. But what's cool about it is it offers an opportunity for reflection at the end of each law or chapter or whatever. So the law of process kind of starts with what Dr. Lamb said. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And the idea behind the law of process is that leadership develops daily, not in a day. Right. So leadership is like investing, it compounds. And ideally, if you do it in a thoughtful, intentional way, what you put into it will only grow over the process. And so they offered some ideas for what those assets are for you to invest in, like your priorities, your passion, your abilities, relationships, and so on. Hollander and Julian acknowledge that the process of leadership is really complicated and complex and fluid and dynamic, and that it's absolutely built over time and with trust, and we know these things already. And they also kind of built on Stacy's law of influence. Maxwell gave 5 phases in which leadership can develop, or through which leadership can develop. And it doesn't necessarily, you don't necessarily have to start at one, but it just kind of outlines the the process, you don't know what you don't know, or you know that you need to develop and know. You know that there are gaps and that you don't know some things. And then you start to develop and you start to acquire the gaps, or you start to fill the gaps. And then you take it and run with it. Brighton Cortez also kind of acknowledged and described the fluid dynamic relationship between leader and follower, if you want to call it that, and the process of leadership and this dynamic relationship. But they also kind of discussed that additional variables of the process of leadership are the context, what is happening right now in this situation, and then what are the outcomes, either that we want to see or that we've unintentionally gotten. Baker noted the importance of trusting the process, of connecting with people, of building genuine relationships, of creating trust, of adding value. And I can't see the fifth one because my bar is in the way. Ultimately influencing them. What I liked about this piece in the Maxwell text is the quote that champions don't become champions in the ring. They are merely recognized there. They talked about how Teddy Roosevelt was a boxer, and you see in a snapshot, the night of the big fight or whatever, the outcome of the work that's been put in, but nobody sees the work that's put in. And so that's kind of what the law of process is about. And I also liked that he stated successful leaders are learners. And I think that's really, really important as well. So I included the reflection questions that were at the end of the workbook chapter. And they asked, who is someone you admire in your profession and why? Who can you identify in your profession that you feel could have achieved more than they did? And why? What do you think about that? And then what's your perception of that person's like acknowledgement or dedication to their personal growth? And how did that impact their success or their achievement? And so I just thought those questions were kind of interesting to wrap up the law of process as we start to apply this to leaders with whom we've worked in the past, and what we think has made them successful leaders or not.
All right, so the law of process is that I like the discussion in this section of, we often don't see all the things someone does to be really good at what they do, the work that they put in. We certainly hear about those things in the athletic realm of the stars that of particular things that get them to that point, or the arts community where a particular talented person in the arts field practices, and we just don't see that. The truth is that what you all have done to get to where you are has taken work and practice. It's taken preparation. It's taken developing those plans for if you go into a class without some kind of idea of what you're going to do, it's going to be a disaster. You can't just fall back on your knowledge, because you have to have enough preparation, knowing that it's not going to go the way you intend for it to go anyway. So my question is, Leah, I'll ask this to you since you presented it. What's wrong with the law of process in the world of education? And that's a nebulous question that may not make any sense, but I'm gonna expand on it, but I bet you already know.
Well, I don't know that. But in our education system is really complicated. And I think the law of process, there's not a lot of accountability in the right ways, in my opinion. I don't know. I don't know.
Jennifer.
I think sometimes the circumstances are changing too fast in education and the way we have to adapt to them. And so that makes it hard for us to grow with those processes.
Yeah, you have to change the process as the education things change. Any other thoughts on that? What intrigues me about the law process is that process takes time. And, you know, again, going back to even the years when you were a developing student, it was a different context of education than now as an adult in that realm. And if you had an idea as a curricular leader, school-based leader, or whatever role you're in, and you said, let's roll it out, let's do this, let's do this, let's do this. Friends, it takes time for any initiative to take root and be successful. And the culture we're in now will not give you that time. That's why we always change from this to this, because we don't give it time to work, right? So the law of process fails us because we don't give it time to work. Leah.
That is so true. And my district is going through that right now. Last year, in the middle of the kind of pandemic craziness, they started a new PLC process district-wide. And Jennifer, you, I think, hit the nail on the head, because we moved from one thing to another without any time to give it to work or to make minor adjustments to improve upon it. Anyway, yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think my response to the law of process, and again, you know, it's luck of the draw which ones you get. This one least fits education in many ways because we don't give it time to work. I mean, if we wanted to use the sports analogy, and I know I use it way too much, but think of it. Okay, so Stacy, you're the beloved Gamecocks. You've got a new football coach, Coach Beamer. I think he's going to be really, really good. And those of you who don't like football, forgive this analogy. If Coach Beamer in year 3 is still struggling with winning, and his response to the outcry of all the Gamecock fans is, you know, we're getting there. Our kids are getting better every week. They're getting bigger and stronger and faster, and they're getting there. Stacy's response is going to be, Coach Beamer, you were 4-8 in your 3rd year. I don't have time for process. I want to win on Saturday. And this is the world we have now. We don't wait on process. And you see that daily with young people, right? They don't want to put, and many of us too, we don't want to put the work in on a daily basis because we don't see the immediate results. You know, I'm on my 7,000 diet right now, right? So, and you get on the scale every day, and the fourth day in a row, you haven't lost a pound. Now, boys lose weight a lot better and quicker than girls do, because we got a lot more to lose. And so we, you know, if I get on the fourth day and I've been hungry now for 3 days because I'm not eating like I used to eat, and I'm still weighing the same thing, I'm just going to say, well, this diet doesn't work. I'm going to do something else. And that's rather than following through the law of process. So just remember, the law of process takes time. And you've got to figure out how to do incrementally a convincing thing with the people who are following you of, yes, we're getting to where we want to be. And let me show you how we're getting there. Dale, you got anything?
Hope is not a plan. Process means you have a plan and you stick with it. But what happens, to Steve's point and to Andy's point, Jennifer's point, what happens is, and I was just reading in the chat there, we abandon our plans too quickly, and then we're just managing by hope. We're not leading. If you want to lead, you got to have a plan. You got to have a process that you're going to do. You got to stick with it. But what happens is, because it doesn't show immediate results, we kind of abandon our plan. And sometimes we don't even adopt the new plan. We just abandon the old plan and hope things get better. We give up too quickly. We don't continue the hard work. And that's the thing is, and so even if your plan is not showing, or your process, I use them interchangeably, is not showing immediate results, you still got to stick with it. Hope's not going to work. So you got to stick with that plan. And that's what we all have them, but we give up on them so quickly. That's the real issue, before they have time to work. But the alternative, just managing by hope, is not going to work either. So the only shot you got is to develop a plan and work the process, and you have to stick with it. And that's really the notion here. Is we have to keep working even in the face of lack of results. The leader of the organization is the last bastion of hope. You are it. You are the linchpin of the organization. You can't, if you give up, everybody else will. That's the thing you've got to remember. Law of influence, law of process is, if you give up, everybody else will. You've got to hang in there. You know, what's those old cartoons or T-shirts with the cat hanging on? Hang in there, baby. You got to hang in there. That's right, Stacy. That's what this is about.
All right, Leah.
So then for a district or a principal, when is it appropriate then to recognize that a process isn't working and to try something else or to move on from it? Like, where's that line?
That goes back to assessment. You know, you've got to have formative assessment where you're doing fidelity checks to make sure that your plan or your process is being implemented with fidelity. That's the first piece, that formative evaluation. Are we really doing? I've told you the story. When I was an elementary principal back in the old days, when we took the California Achievement Test, we'd get a new textbook adoption. The men from the maintenance men would roll it in, you know, bring the books, and they'd roll them in down the book room. We'd lock them up, and they'd sit there all year, and we'd take the test at the end of the year. We didn't do any better on the reading test this year we did last year. And what would we say? Well, that adoption didn't work. Well, we got to make sure that it's getting to the rooms and teachers are using it, number one. And then we have to honestly assess the results. Next Saturday, my doctoral class next Saturday will be an assessment. Well, it's methodology for that group, and I have Dale's top 10 ways to cheat it using data. And one of them is not being honest with yourself, not assessing yourself, putting your thumb on the scale. And you know, everybody else knows that no results are happening, but you're out there, oh, it's all wonderful. You've got to be, you know, you've got to be self-aware, you've got to be honest, you got to be measured, you have a goal. But you've got to have an indicator of success. Are we achieving that? Are we moving in that direction? Do we see results? You have got to be honest in your assessment. Formative assessment, are we implementing this as intended with fidelity? And then we've got to be out there assessing, are we moving where we got to go, where we're going? But the biggest thing is honesty. You know, we have to let the chips fall where they are. And if things aren't working after a certain period of time, but we build that in. We know what those metrics are. We know what those benchmarks are. We have that planned out. We have a plan, and we've got to be seeing some results along the way. But we have to be honest and don't claim these great victories, you know, that really didn't happen. And we've got to understand what our goal and what our operational variables are. I'll give you a quick example. We've had quite an issue at Gardner-Webb with traditional undergraduate enrollment since the economic crash of 2008. We've lost about 1,000 students, traditional undergraduate, 800 on campus and 200 in the DCP, the adult ed program. And so that was all well and good, but then some changes in laws and different things caused some of the other programs that were making up the money not to be able to do that. And so then it became, we were running a budget shortfall. And so the issue was, you know, how are we going to get more traditional undergraduates? And so they struck upon this notion at Gardner-Webb of joining this consortium where you have this common college application. I'm sure y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all are all in this realm where you can go to this common application and you can send it to various schools. So we joined that consortium at Gardner-Webb, and our number of applications for the fall of that year went up from the traditional 1,500 that we normally get to 3,000. And so what did we think was going to happen with our enrollment the fall? So when we developed our budget for that year, we assumed that our enrollment was going to do what? It was going to double because our applications doubled. Is an application, is that the operative, you know? So our goal was to get more applications. Did that translate into more students registering that fall? No, we actually had 25 less than the year before. And then we were just stunned. We were stunned. What's wrong? Well, that's a process variable. That's not an outcome variable. An application is a process variable along the way. The outcome was, you know, how many people actually registered. And so that's the important part of that is when you are assessing the success or lack thereof of an initiative, you got to understand what you're trying to do, and you've got to assess it honestly. And so you've got to have what is your goal and what's your indicator of success. If your goal is to increase enrollment, simply more applications that's not what that may be one of the processes, but it certainly won't. That's not the outcome you're looking for. Just getting people to apply does not change your circumstance in terms of a college. And so one of the things that I see all the time when people put initiatives in, they have these benchmarks that are just simply processes. And they claim victory over things that aren't really a victory at all. They're immaterial. They don't change the circumstance. And you have to be honest in that. And you have to set those up. You have to design those metrics up front. It's one of the things we work at in methodology is what is the social construct here? What is success? Is it the number of people we serve or how well we serve them? Or is it a combination of both? We have to set what is our metric for success. When we start a program, we have to develop those benchmarks. We have to develop those measurable metrics. And if you don't do that, it's just hope then, if you don't have a plan.
I'll close that with, I think incremental pieces are important. Every one of you remembers, I know fondly, your 736 class with program evaluation, right? And a lot of program evaluations, the effective schools and districts do a program evaluation, do an evaluation of what you're trying, what your initiative is on an annual basis. And you measure the incremental steps that are going there. That is a process evaluation. And so clearly you can do a program evaluation at the end of a program if you know you're going to end it and make that determination. But process evaluations are critical. I think that's where it comes in, Leah, and you have stakeholders that are going to be involved in the process evaluation to help you determine whether this thing needs to keep going or not. And you will recall from the Fitzpatrick book that it reminds us that it's sometimes valuable to have people that aren't married to the program that can help you make that determination as well. All right, we're going to do one more. I know I told you we're going to break, but I want Phyllis to do hers. Then we're going to take a break. So Phyllis, pressure's on you.
Okay. Oh Lord, let me share my screen. I thought I was sharing it. Hold on. Oh God, where is it? I got a situation here. Hold on, please. Okay. All right. Can you, wait a minute. Something happened. There it is. Okay, can you all see my screen?
It's coming. There it is.
Okay, great. All right. Just like everyone has been saying, especially with the last law that we were just discussing, you have to have a plan, and that's what the law of navigation speaks about also. Anyone can steer the ship, but it takes a leader to chart the course, to have a plan on where you're going and how you're going to get there. And to introduce this law of navigation, Maxwell used the story of two groups of explorers who were on a mission to reach the South Pole. And one of them was led by Edmondson, who carefully charted the course. The other group was led by Scott, who on the other hand, they said he violated the law of navigation because he didn't have a plan. And the final result of those two missions trying to get to the South Pole, Edmondson and his group arrived at the South Pole more than a month before Scott's group did. And Scott and his team died along the way, still 150 miles from where they were trying to get to. And according to Maxwell, navigators or effective leaders, they envision the whole trip before they have to leave the dock. And so that's what Edmondson and his crew did. They have a plan, they have a vision of what they need to do to reach their goal. They understand what it takes to get to where they're going, their destination. They also consider what kind of people they need on their team. And we've heard that throughout our courses from Collins, that you got to have the right people on the bus, and they have to be in the right seat. So you also have to consider the kind of people on your team to be successful, and that they are aware that any obstacles they might encounter on the trip a long time before they actually appear over the horizon. So you got to have a plan on where you're going, what it's going to take to get there, some obstacles or problems or situations that may arise, and move on from there. To be successful, the leader or the navigator should see the whole trip in their mind before leaving the dock, should draw on past experience, learn from those experiences, listen to what others have to say, and know that they don't have all the answers. Examine conditions before making commitments, have faith, but also be realistic. Maxwell also presented an acrostic to plan ahead as part of the law of navigation to enforce those principles. The first Plan ahead. P, predetermine a course of action. L, lay out your goals. A, adjust your priorities. N, notify key personnel. A, allow time for acceptance. H, head into action. E, expect that there will be some problems. A, always point to the successes. And D, daily review of your plan. And I think what Dr. Lamb said about the law of process sums all of this up. You got to have a plan, know where you're going, know what it's going to take to get there. Have people on your side in order for you to help be successful and navigate through any problems or obstacles that may come up. And as he said, you have to review your plan to evaluate it to see if it's working or if it's not working, and what adjustments or changes need to be made in order for you to be successful as a leader. And one thing I was sharing, I was in a training this week. I was saying that, telling the person from DPI why my principal, I think he is a wonderful principal, Dr. Lamb. If I hear this again, I know it came from you. But when I was saying to my to the lady at DPI why my principal is a very good principal, he doesn't have trust in us. He's trying to navigate the ship, but he's trying to do everything himself. And we keep stalling and we keep stalling, and then he'll decide he wants to draw some people in, some teacher leaders in, but he doesn't trust us enough to let us help navigate our course. And so we seem to be running into at my school. So we're trying to get through the law of navigation, and help my principal realize that he can trust us. We can also help him lead the ship and guide the ship if he would just loosen the reins a little bit. We're buying into his plan, but he wants to do everything himself. So that's the law of navigation.
All right. So to get us back on a little bit of a time thing, we may not talk as much on this one, but this is, one of the things that I think resonates with this, and I imagine all of you are good with this, but it's that whole idea of planning, of knowing that here's where I am, and here's where I want to go, and I'm gonna map this course along the way. And what comes to mind for this is, certainly back in the not too distant past, wife Debbie and I would like to travel some, and some of our destinations would go from a hot place to a cold place, and some would go from a cold place to a hot place. And I would always, I'm a bit more in the moment than planning ahead person sometimes. And she'd say, you better take a jacket, or you better prepare this, because we're going to land someplace that's going to be a good bit different weather-wise. And, and I would just think how stupid it would look for me to get on an airplane carrying a jacket because it's 85 degrees. And we could do the same thing of you better pack because it might be raining. And then you say, well, there's only a 30% chance of rain. Why would you take a jacket and lug that thing along? And all of us know that's the guarantee. I carry it. If I don't want it to rain, I carry an umbrella, right? Because that'll guarantee that I've wasted my time and energy carrying an umbrella. It is this preparation of the what ifs. And that was the story of navigation. That there's the good leader understands the what ifs, and at least has the contingency plan to handle it. And that is the law of navigation. Know where you're going and make contingencies in case these things happen. in case it rains, in case it snows, in case it's 85 degrees, in case whatever, have the contingency plans. And because I'm going to tell you, when it goes wrong, and I think that's what Maxwell was trying to emphasize here with his story of South Pole. When it goes wrong, the people that are following you are going to expect you to have an alternative idea. And boy, how many times do we see that that is the downfall of the leader? That they couldn't adjust when it didn't go exactly the way they envisioned to start with. And we all could tell stories on that, couldn't we? Anybody have anything to add to this one? It's amazing how fast you can go, Phyllis, when everybody needs to wee-wee. All right. Let's take 10, what is it? 10:25, 10:35, we'll come back and get into Law 5. Thanks so much. Number 5.
Right. Let's see. So for me, with the laws of leadership, the 5th one is the law of addition. And Maxwell's belief is that it doesn't matter how far we've advanced ourselves, it's just how far are we advancing others, because that is where the true value for addition comes. It's not yourself, it's how are you adding to others. He used the example of Jim Senegal, who is the founder of Costco. I don't know how many of you are Costco members, but it's almost like the BJ's and Sam's kind of thing, but like an amped up version. So he took a very atypical path. He went to community college, worked his way up, had a mentor who was the owner of FedMart. His name was Sol Price, and under Price's leadership, Senegal rise through the ranks and then co-founded Costco with another man. Their shared strategy of leadership for Costco was to offer a limited number of items, which if you go to Costco, you know, you only got what's there. High volume sales for a low cost. They didn't spend money on advertising, but they invested in valuing the employee. So they offered good pay, they offered benefits packages, which then creates loyalty among the customers and creates a shared success. And he believed in giving credit to others and also taking the blame when it needed to be taken. So from there, you know, there's always haters. Somebody's always going to say you're doing something wrong or you need to do something differently. So Wall Street always thought that he was too kind and that the Costco employees should be paid less and they should be squeezed more and have to work harder. And he disagreed with that. And so, you know, he's got the incredible model for Costco. He believed in adding value to people, which connects with servant leadership. And I know I've had one administrator who always asked, what can I do to help you today? And that was kind of her vision. And she wasn't the principal, she was an AP. What can I do to help you? And I've also had one person at the district office firmly believe in being a servant leader and building a brain trust, because she couldn't and didn't know everything. She was a curriculum person over high school. She was a history teacher, but she was expected to be over curriculum for every high school subject except CTE. And she says, I don't and can't know all of this. And so she pulled in, you know, English experts and math experts to kind of create that mentality and that group brain trust. So in the chapter, Maxwell has 4 guidelines that we add value to others when we truly value others, when we actually care about them, respect their opinions. We add value to others when we make ourselves more valuable to them. What do we have to offer them? How can we improve them? How can our wisdom benefit them? And how can their wisdom benefit us? His 3rd one is we add value to others when we know and relate to what others value. And that simply is listening. When you are that active listener and involved with what people have to say and building that leadership base. Fourth is we add value to others when we do the things that God values. And he has a lengthy passage on that, but it boils down to knowing that you have greater impact on others, either for the good or the bad. And so you then have to decide where your impact is going to be. So I pulled sources that then related to servant leadership to make that connection. Traditional leaders see leadership as ranking, where other servant leaders look at opportunities for others, using a power versus engagement, using success through output versus success through growth and development. Traditional leaders speak, servant leaders listen. Traditional leaders believe everything's about them, and servant leaders believe it's not about them. So there's some very different contrast with those two different leadership styles. I've pulled the 10 qualities of a servant leader. There were two sources that talked about the same 10 qualities. One put it in a visual, and I thought it was a great visual, in that servant leaders relate to one another and persuade that way. They have to build community, and we talked about building community with our FCEP class. Commitment to growing your employees. Phyllis just talked about navigation, having that foresight, knowing the course you need to chart. Stewardship, being a good steward of resources, of time, of people. Being self-aware, like Stacy talked about, I don't know how to do this, but I can find out. Having that conceptual, knowing how to conceptualize a plan, how to enact a plan. Having empathy for others, being able to heal people, and basically being a good listener. So Robert Greenleaf is the father of servant leadership, and one of his well-known quotes is, "The servant leader is servant first." Begins with a natural feeling that one wants to serve and to serve first. It's a conscious choice to be a servant leader, right? And then there's 6 steps to become a servant leader. You have to lead by example. You have to show your team why their job matters, not why your job matters, but why they are the important piece in the puzzle. Encouraging teamwork, keeping your team growing and developing, caring for your team, and asking for feedback. And I think we've all been in places where some of those or none of those are where we work in, and the difference there. With servant and transformational leaders, Schroeder connects servant leaders with transformational leaders, and there are 4 or 5 different types of educational leaders: servant leaders one, transformational leaders another. If we align the 2 of them, then we get an organizational accomplishment. That's the key motivating factor for them. Servant leaders would be more focused on emotional welfare of others. I gotta move the bar. Than transformational leaders. So it's almost like a bottom-up effect. Principals who are servant leaders directly impact teachers, and those teachers then directly impact students. So it's not like the traditional top-down hierarchy. It's almost like that flipped triangle. And that was it. Short, sweet, and to the point.
Which is very much like you, Mary. And I think that this one is the servant leadership idea, and I saw, I think Stacy put hers up. She discussed this in her dissertation, perhaps, or something. It is a fascinating component. I like this idea that leaders add value to others. And so I'm going to pick on Dale again, and then brace yourself because he's going to comment on this. One of the things we talk about with retention of students, whether it's in a doctoral program or an undergraduate program or a master's program, but in specifics to the undergraduate program at Gardner-Webb. And I know this doesn't pertain to you folks, but it does pertain to all of us because we're in a K-12 now kind of market-based educational system. If people aren't happy with what they're getting in your school, they now have opportunities to go other places, right? And so that's competition thing. And competition in my mind is a really good thing. So here's the intriguing thing. And again, this is another one of mine and Dale's conversations, is I think Gardner-Webb, not unlike a lot of other colleges, lost a substantial percentage of students after last year's pandemic. Like 40% of our freshmen did not return. And there are a variety of reasons for that. But I think the most common reason is value. Did I get what I wanted out of what was there? Friends, leadership is about that. And I think that's what this section is about. That's what servant leadership is about. Valuing the people, making the people who work with you feel valued. That's the bottom line. And if Dale and I fail to show you folks that you are valued with us, then we have failed. And all of us know that it is somewhat more difficult to demonstrate that in a synchronous setting, synchronous online setting, than it would have been if we'd have gotten to do what we wanted to do to start with, and you'd have had all that food to choose from on Saturday morning and Sunday morning. But the truth, that's being a bit facetious. The truth is, we need to value one another, whether it's in this setting here. Dale and I still discuss our first meeting together where you were sharing with each other and us the challenges of your respective roles and jobs and how hard it is. The good leader shows those traits that let people know, I care about you, I value you, I'm thankful for you. And if we do that, retention takes care of itself. Whether it's students staying in our school or people who work with us staying committed to whatever entity it is we're working with. And friends, the truth of the matter is, we all can do it better. Every one of us. Because we have so many challenges in our own lives that we sometimes don't show others how valuable they are to us the way we should. And I know you do it better than I do, but still all of us, I think, can learn from this, that we show people we care. That's what I got out of this one. Now the floor is open.
What is the main tenet of emotional intelligence? It would be empathy for others. That's the main tenet of emotional intelligence. We talk about different types of intelligences that leaders need. That's probably the most critical one. If you have empathy for others, then you will be a servant to those people. But to the value added proposition, 471 traditional undergraduate students enrolled at Gardner-Webb in the fall of 2020. Of that 471, 203 did not return. That's exactly 40% did not return. So we have to talk about value, the value added proposition. So when students enroll, they enrolled based on perceived value, what I'm going to get out of this versus the time and money that I'm spending. Retention is about received value. Did I get what I paid for? And the notion that students left because of food service or dormitories is problematic, to say the least. That's not why they come. That's not why they go. data, we have reams of data that tell us that. They come over the relationships and what goes on in their classrooms. That's what a college education is about. That they don't come for the rooms or the food service. If they did, they were there for the wrong reasons to begin with. But it's always a value proposition in terms of your core competency. What's happening in the classroom, and that's what you have to be concerned of. And as a leader of an educational institution, you have to be concerned about your core competency. What do they do at Jones Sausage? They make sausage. What do we do in school? We teach kids. And that's our core competency. But if we don't have empathy for those who are providing that instruction, if we not see our role is to serve and facilitate them, we used to call it facilitation. Now we call it servant leadership, but we used to be a facilitator. But regardless of the terminology that you use, your job is when you hire people, and even if you didn't hire them, when you assume them, when you become their leader, your job is to make them successful. That's it. And you must have empathy for them in order to do that. That's the key component here, is that empathy. You must have that empathy gene. And you can't fake that. If you don't care about people, it will come through. If you don't, but you got to show them. You can't just tell them I care about you. What do? You grade their work, you assess their work, you give them feedback, you engage with them, you care about them and their lives. You must have that empathy gene in order to add that value. And that's what servant leadership is about. It's not about you, it's about them. It's about the people who provide the service. You don't teach a soul as a principal, but you hire people and work with them who do. That's the core competency, is what goes on in that classroom. And you can't ever forget that your job is to make those people successful. When you hire somebody, or when you continue to employ somebody, when you become a new leader, your number one goal is to make them successful and find a way. I hear a lot. I was talking with a principal colleague last night, and she was talking about they can't get substitutes. Well, that's a value proposition in itself. We don't pay enough. But back to Collins, I think it's an oversimplistic model in that, we get the right people. Well, what if the right people aren't out there? I've told you that before. It's our job to make the people that we get the right people. We have to grow and develop them. And to do that, the key to that is we have to care about them. I know that sounds overly simplistic and kind of dumb. Well, that would be me. But if we don't care about them, that won't happen. We won't spend the time and effort, and they won't feel facilitated enough that they will grow and develop. We have to create a culture of teaching and learning, and it starts with care and empathy. It's just that simple.
All right. So any other comments on this one before I wrap this one up? 1 hour and 50 minutes. 1 hour and 50 minutes is how long it took for Jones Sausage to be brought up. And I just wanted to point that out. That's a new record. It's usually brought up prior to that, but your presentations are so good. It took, which one are we on? 6? Took 5 presentations to get Jones Sausage worked in. I don't know how it didn't work in on any of the others, but it took a while. And so I just, Mary, good job. If you hadn't been shortened to the point, Jones Sausage, but he's aligning that with you because you're working closer to Jones Sausage Road. So that was important. Okay, thank you. We're ready for solid ground, I think, and that is Andy.
Okay. So there it is. It's going to load forever. Okay, so Law 6 is the law of solid ground, which really just could have been the law of trust. Maxwell talks about how trust is the most important part of leadership. And actually, I really liked this quote that he had in the book. It says, leadership cannot lose trust and continue to influence others. The decisions that leaders are making, that's not the biggest problem. It's a lack of trust. So when decisions are causing people to question leadership, that's when people begin to lose trust in their leader. It happens, Powell said it happens when leaders make decisions on their own and end up using force and control to create change. And Maxwell actually talks about that in this chapter. He talks about when he was a senior pastor at Skyline Church in San Diego, and he everything was going really well and everything was kind of going smoothly, but things were ramping up with the Christmas show. He was traveling as a speaker. And so he just made 3 snap decisions that he thought were beneficial. He said the decisions weren't bad, but he just kind of made them on his own, and he didn't involve anybody else, any other leaders within the church. So he changed part of the Christmas show. He permanently discontinued his Sunday evening service, and he fired a staff member. He explains how, in the next paragraph in the chapter, he explains how all of those were actually good decisions. But because he just made them on his own, in his words, he took a shortcut. It made the people in that church, the other leaders in that church, start to question whether or not he could be trusted. So Pendergrass said, when your character and your values are lived inconsistently, the balance on your trust account decreases. So in the case of his shortcut, he had always kind of promoted this group decision mentality. He got everybody involved all the time. He lost that trust. His balance on his trust account decreased. So if you want to figure out if you have your colleagues or your employees' trust, there were 3 questions that Schoenbeck gave when I was doing some research on this. He said that you can ask yourself, how trustworthy would your teammates say you are? Do they feel comfortable approaching you with both good and bad news? Which that one made me think a lot, because man, people will come to you with good news, but if they can come to you with bad news, I feel like that's a big deal. And then, do they keep you posted about the tasks you assign them, even when things aren't going well? Specifically looking at the last 2 questions, Schoenbeck said if the answer to the last 2 questions are no, then those people probably don't trust you. So then Pencack wrote, there's a difference between respect and honor. We honor people for what they've done in the past, and respect is for what you're doing today. It's better to have respect than honor. So wake up every morning ready to earn respect, which goes right into trust. If you are trusted, you are respected. I love where she said that we honor people for what they've done in the past. It reminds me a lot of earlier, somebody said, I wish I could remember who, but my mind is blank. Somebody said that champions aren't made in the ring, they're made before. It was was it law of process? No, I don't remember. But it was what they done kind of got them there. And then respect is what they're doing every single day. That trust is built every single day. Story said to grow your trustworthiness, you must have the right intent, which I also found incredibly important, because if you do not have the right intent, it doesn't really matter what you're doing. So if you're trying to make decisions that will make people like you and go, wow, she's great, she made great decisions, then that's not going to build trust. It's actually, when that all comes out, it's going to make it worse. If you're doing things to build up your organization or to improve the quality of student education or improve teaching practices, if your intent is true, then your trustworthiness is going to grow. And then, and only then, can you work on building your character and your competency. And then I found this little yellow picture, which I thought was interesting, that all of these pieces go into this world of trust. So you have to be consistent. You have to have a good relationship with your people. You have to be reliable. You have to show that you're committed. You have to have competency in what you're doing. You're going to make sure you work with that network of people and don't just do things on your own. You're going to keep to the same consistent value system, and you're going to be sincere in the things that you do. And then just like Mary, I'm going to be short and to the point. That was it.
So y'all have all picked up that JL and I are going to comment on each one. So you shortened up yours so that we can keep it in a time frame. I think that is smart. That is smart on all of your part. Yes, the trust. What stands out to this one is a couple of things. One is there are times where you're going to disappoint people, whether in whatever role we're in. We're going to disappoint people. And Maxwell also points out in this that there's, one of the important pieces of gaining trust is asking forgiveness. If we disappoint somebody, it's okay to ask for forgiveness. That's not a sign of weakness. The other thing that stands out to me in the trust realm is be careful what you promise somebody, because they remember your promises, and they should. And if you can't deliver on your promises, then that trust levels just starts going down. And so part of our role as adults, all of us, is not being too hasty with promises we can't keep. And I think that is I don't know that Maxwell actually went that route too much, but I think you did, Andy, with the addendums you put to what Maxwell said. These things are components of trust, and so it hit me as you were talking about that. The times in my life where I've said I would do something or we would do something, and we didn't, and there may be reasons why we didn't. But that's where the forgiveness comes in, right? And that I can, that you go and say, I'm so sorry that this didn't work. Let me tell you why it didn't happen. And I hope you'll forgive me for it. But the other part of that is if there's a pretty good chance it's not going to happen, don't promise that it will. And there are a lot of entities in this world that could learn from this, I think. They probably start with politicians that don't promise things that you may or may not be able to deliver upon. All right, who's got a comment on this one? I don't know how Dale's going to tie Jones sausage into this one. We'll see.
We're all imperfect beings. I tell people daily, I'll use me as a bad example, that I'm still Saul on the road to Damascus. I'm not Paul yet. And if you live your life that way, you will get, and you do what you say and say what you mean and follow through and be consistent. You'll get the benefit of the doubt a lot of times. But if you're, the drawback to asking forgiveness is if you're having to ask forgiveness all the time, that can't be your mode of operation, that you do what you want to do and then say sorry, because people know that you're disingenuous. I'm thinking specifically of a leader right now that we come in contact with pretty regularly, and that's pretty much his mode of operation. Men tend to do that more than women. I hate to be misogynistic, I hate to make this, but men tend to do that. They just kind of do what they want to do and run over top of you and then say, "Oh, sorry," as if that's a reasonable explanation, or that makes everything okay. You ask for forgiveness when you fall short, but you can't continue to fall short. If you do, then that forgiveness won't be given. And so you can't operate under the notion all the time of I'll just do what I want to, and then I'll just ask forgiveness and I'll get grace and I'll go on about it doesn't work that way. You have to understand that this can't be your mode of operation. It's just ask forgiveness and do what you want to do. The notion here is that if you do fall short, that you try not to fall short. But if you do, but if you fall short all the time, then that's, that goes back to, the biblical part of new ox. The Bible says that if your ox is in the ditch, you can get him out on Sunday. But if your ox is in the ditch every Sunday, you need a new ox. That's not an anomaly. And that's the way it is with a leader. If you're having to ask for forgiveness all the time, we need a new leader. It's time for a new ox.
And so again, Maxwell does such a neat job of just kind of building, it kind of flows. How many times in your dissertation writings you hear it's got to flow, it's got to flow, it's got to flow. So we go from trust to respect, and that will be Jennifer.
Okay, bear with me because I was just having a couple internet issues just a second ago, so hopefully it all works. Okay, can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we have the law of respect. Whoops, wrong thing. Well, we'll just go with that one. So followers are attracted to people who are better leaders than themselves. And the law of respect, the ways to gain others' respect: natural leadership ability, respect for others, courage, success, loyalty, value added to others. And I actually found a video of John Maxwell explaining these, and I'd like to share that with you guys. It's short, I promise.
Their respect. Now, you have to gain respect. It's not a given. It's something that has to be earned. So in your notes, let me share with you how to earn respect, how to gain respect from other people as a leader. Number one, have a respect for other people. It's very important for you as a leader to be respectful of other people. The best way I can explain it is I observe leadership and observe leaders all the time. And I mark a man or a woman, I mark a leader if they don't respect their people. For example, I think it's a character flaw. For example, if I'm leading and you happen to be the people that I'm leading, you happen to be my people, I think it's I look for a leader to have respect for the people with them that, quote, this is not a good phrase, but I'm going to just use it to illustrate people that are under them. Here's what I want you to understand. When a leader powers up on people beneath them, or takes advantage of people beneath them, or manipulates people beneath them, or doesn't respect people beneath them, I think it's a huge character flaw. In other words, when you have power on people and you misuse that power, I think you have violated your leadership. Does that make sense? And it's amazing how a person behaves, quote, when they can get by with it. Did you get that? And when a leader can, quote, get by with treating people unkindly or kind of, quote, running over them or taking advantage of them, whenever I see that happen, I always look at that leader and I realize that they have a character flaw. Because the best way to get respect from other people is to give respect to people. And the moment that you and I do that, then respect begins to be returned to us. So step number one, I suppose, really has nothing to do with leadership. It has to do with the golden rule. It has to do with respecting other people. The second way to gain respect is by courage. I have found that in the area of leadership, people will respect you when you make a courageous decision. And I define a courageous decision this. A courageous decision is one that I make because it's right, not because it has a probability of passing, or not because it benefits me. It's just a right decision. That's courage. The ability to be courageous and step out and make decisions that benefit your company but don't benefit you. Benefit your people but don't benefit you. That's a courageous decision. Thirdly, I think that you earn respect by success. People want to follow successful people. Let me put it this way. Have you ever known somebody who said, you know, I'm just looking for a leader? Have you found a leader that just fails a lot? Man, I would love to. Are you a leader that messes up? I just, do you just kind of get into dead end streets and kind of blow yourself out of the water because, boy, could I attach myself to you? No. I've never known a person who said, boy, if I could just have a coach that's a bad coach. You know what I'm saying? Boy, if our team could just get a coach that loses all the time, that would be huge for us. No. No, you got to have success because people want to go to the top and they want to get with people who can take them to the top. So if you want respect, you've got to get some success under your belt. Number 4, consistency. Just the ability to keep on keeping on and day in, day out, be the same. Consistency is huge because people want to follow somebody that they not only trust, they want to follow somebody that's dependable. Number 5, you gain respect when you add value to others. Oh, I love that. The ability to add value to others, to come alongside of them and really take them to a level that they would not go on their own. That gives you respect. And finally, number 6, just pure leadership ability. The ability to lead people effectively is absolutely important in gaining respect. Now, let me just close this law of respect by sharing with you that there are 2 what I call kind of like acid tests of respect. In other words, when people come to me and they say, John, do you think I have the respect of people around me as a leader? There are 2 ways that I can always look. I can look at you, I can look at myself, I can look at anybody in a leadership position, and I can tell you how you can know if you have the respect of your people, and you can go to the bank on these 2 things. The first test of respect is the response of people when you ask for commitment. They will only commit if they respect you. I have watched it happen time and time again. When you have a group of people and they don't make the commitment necessary, it's almost always a lack of respect to the leader. And the second area, the second test of respect is the response of people when the leader asks them to change. You show me a group of people that will make big commitments and major changes. I will show you a group of people that highly respects their leader, because people will not make commitment and not make changes unless they really respect a leader. You don't do that for somebody you don't make changes. You don't make commitments for somebody that you don't respect. So when somebody comes to me as a leader and says, John, do you think my people respect me? I ask them this very simple question. Do you find the people that work with you, do they make commitments, major commitments, and do they make major changes for the organization to be successful? If so, they respect you as a leader. Gain their respect. Now, you have to gain respect. It's not a...
There we go. So the test, Maxwell suggests that the best way to look at the caliber of people you attract. If you're surrounded by a team of strong, capable leaders, chances are you are one yourself. However, if your team is largely incompetent, you might have some introspective work to do. So, and I really liked what, he had said when he was doing that explanation too, about if people will show up or if they won't. Because I know that when we actually got to have this as an example this past week, I'd posted on Facebook to ask for our band alumni as well to, if they wanted to come the program and stuff that we've built over the past few years, just that people were willing, and even teachers that said, hey, you need some extra help, we're going to come and we'll help you out. So anyway, that's what I have on that one.
All right, and if you look at what you showed us with Maxwell speaking, he was building right with what we've talked about already today. and how those pieces often lead to that respect factor, that you're doing this, which gains respect. You're doing this, which gains respect, and it goes along. And so I just love that y'all chat while we do things, because I don't keep my glasses on. So the law of making too hasty a judgment will come into play here, since y'all were slamming this for being all men until they took another angle. And I don't know where too hasty a judgment law, I think it must be the 22nd irrefutable law of leadership. But
I was actually waiting for that camera angle to change and see what the chat response was.
yeah. So it was great. But you know what? So you will all know, because I have not seen that clip. I had the same impression when they showed that. I said, this must be some men's group somewhere, and he probably would do well to have another, another video to represent him, because last time I looked, leadership's not confined to one segment of our population. Excellent job, Jennifer. Anybody else have anything with the law of respect? All right. So, and you got 11 alumni to come help you with band.
And the list is still growing too. They've already been texting my husband this morning saying they're still going to come.
That's wonderful.
Next Saturday.
Yeah. So it's a competition?
Yeah, and we're actually hosting more bands than we've ever had this year. Usually we're at about 11 or 12 bands. This year we have 14 coming.
Wow, and that's remarkable.
Yeah, and it's a huge undertaking, and the largest group that's coming is 157 kids strong. So, yeah.
Well, those of you who aren't familiar, band competitions are an event, to say the least. And as not an alumnus, but a person who worked at North Gaston High School, it is a beautiful setting. And the leaves will be turning, and the stadium is in a beautifully wooded area, unless they've chopped them all down. It's been a number of years since I've been there, but it really is a beautiful, I think, setting there. And with the upper parking lot, it's a good place to have there's plenty of parking and plenty of opportunity. So you can park up there and get your stuff in, and then when you're through, you can unload, you bring one bus to the other parking lot and everything. So nobody else cares about that, Jennifer, but I do, and I'm happy that y'all having success there. That's great. All right, so now we're ready for Law 8, and that is Elizabeth.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I had the law of intuition, which even Maxwell himself says that it's the hardest law to really teach or explain. So I'm going to do my best. Basically says that everybody is intuitive in the sense of they're intuitive in their own strength. So leaders look at things differently than others. So not all leaders will look at a situation or an event the same exact way. Intuition depends on so much more than just the facts. So a good leader doesn't just take the facts and run with it. They rely also on their intuition, and it separates great leaders from just good leaders. How you see the world around you is determined by who you are, your strengths, your experiences. And intuition comes from two things: natural ability, which comes from your areas of strength, and learned skills. It also says that leaders are readers of situations, trends, resources, people, and themselves. So I have this short clip. I have small children, so I'm not sure if everybody has seen the movie Zootopia, it is a really good movie. So just to give a little bit of context, this is Judy Hopps, and she's a little bunny who, ever since she was, small, she wanted to be a police officer. But traditionally, police officers in Zootopia were all predators, and she's a prey. So when you see her in the office with other police officers, are like elephants and lions and just like these bigger animals. And she basically is the underdog and has to rely a lot on her intuition to sort of prove herself. So I'm going to play it. I think I clicked the share the sound thing. So let me know if you can't hear it. No. Can you see my screen, or did it go black?
It's coming back up.
Can you see it? You can't see it?
We can see it, but we can't hear it.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me share again. No? You still can't hear it? Oh, no.
Cole Hauser will give you the complete case file. Here you go. One missing otter.
That's it?
Yikes. That is the smallest case file I've ever seen. Leads none, witnesses none, and you're not in the computer system yet, so resources none. Oh, I hope you didn't stake your career on cracking this one.
Okay. Last known sighting. Can I just borrow? Thank you. Popsicle.
The murder weapon.
Get your popsicle.
Yeah. What does that mean?
It means I have a lead.
Yes.
Hey, it's Officer Toot Toot.
No, actually, it's Officer Hobbs, and I'm here to ask you some questions about a case.
What happened, meter maid? Did someone steal a traffic cone? It wasn't me. Hey, carrots, you're gonna wake the baby. I gotta get to work.
This is important, sir. I think your $10 worth of popsicles can wait.
I make $200 a day, Fluff. 365 days a year since I was 12. And time is money. Hop along.
Please just look at the picture. You sold Mr. Otterton that popsicle, right? Do you know him?
I know everybody. And I also know that somewhere there's a toy store missing its stuffed animal. So why don't you get back to your box?
Fine. Then we'll have to do this the hard way.
Did you just boot my stroller?
Nicholas Wilde, you are under arrest.
For what? Hurting your feelings?
Felony tax evasion. Yeah, $200 a day, 365 days a year. Since you were 12, that's 2 decades at times 20, which is 1,460,000, I think. I mean, I am just a dumb bunny, but we are good at multiplying. Anyway, according to your tax forms, you reported, let me see here, 0. Unfortunately, lying on a federal form is a punishable offense. 5 years jail time.
Well, it's my word against yours. $200 a day, Fluff. 365 days a year since I was 12.
Actually, it's your word against yours. And if you want this pen, you're going to help me find this poor missing otter, or the only place you'll be selling popsicles is the prison cafeteria. It's called a hustle, sweetheart.
She hustled you.
She hustled you good. You're a cop now, Nick. You're gonna need one of these. Fun working with the fuzz.
Start talking.
I don't know where he is. I only saw where he went.
Great, let's go.
So let me go back to my presentation. So basically, she is working with the fox. So she uses her strength of being adaptable to different situations because the fox himself is a hustler. And so she's a quick learner and is able to adapt to those different situations. And she sees him. She's able to read him and knows her own strengths. So Maxwell talks about 3 levels of leadership intuition. Those who naturally know leadership, be nurtured to understand leadership, and those who will never understand leadership. And in the book, it said, if you're reading this book, then you don't fall under that category of those who will never understand leadership. So leaders solve problems using the law of intuition. When leaders have a problem, they automatically look at it and kind of follow their intuition in order to solve it. And it talks about Steve Jobs is the example that they gave, and how he, in the first couple of years, he left the company, but then he came back and made some major decisions following his intuition. And it made Apple go from the downward trend that they were having for a while back to being one of the top companies. Leadership is more an art than a science. And the principles of leadership are constant, but the application changes with every leader and in every situation. So a couple of ways that you can apply the law of intuition to your life are to basically figure out your strongest talent. And I think we all did that with the Clifton Strengths Finder. And basically hone in on that strength. And like we've been talking all day today and in our last doctorate class, which was you strengthen your strengths and don't try to be like a good at everything type of person. Another thing you could do is practice reading people, reading books, conversations, and become a people watcher. And then train yourself into thinking of mobilizing people and harnessing resources. Basically, how can I get to my goal or meet my goal with a team of people rather than having to do all of the work by myself? Because like I said, we've been talking about knowing yourself, being self-aware, and the things you can do and the things you can't do, and then recruiting those who can sort of supplement your gaps so that you can accomplish your goal. And that's it.
All right. So intuition is, I think we've mentioned this in here before. We tend to stereotype intuition a bit, don't we? So, you know, a good point of discussion are women more intuitive than men? And I'd be interested if you had an opinion of that. Are women more intuitive than men? Not every woman and every man, but in generality, are women more intuitive?
I think so. And when I say that, I think it's because we're conditioned to be empathetic as we're growing up. We're kind of pigeonholed into these roles where, you know, we have to be the nurturer, we have to be the person who sees the whole picture and empathizes with the person who's struggling. And so we try to make that better. We fix things. And I think, you know, while men are allowed to, in most cases, just, you know, manage tasks. And it's just, I think that's why. But yeah, I think we're a little more intuitive.
Anybody else have a thought on that?
I think there's like a good balance. I don't think one is more intuitive than the other. I think each is intuitive in certain areas and in their own way. because I can say, well, I can only speak for, my relationship with my husband. He is way more intuitive about like people and their personality. Like he could tell you, oh, that person is this way and this is what they're going to do and this is what's going to happen. And then me, I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. I don't think so. But he ends up being right about it. So he's got a pretty good intuition about certain things. And I have a pretty good intuition about certain things. And I think it's sort of a balance. But it also depends on what kind of person you are. So, and how you look at things.
I have a question for those of you who are primary grade educators, like pre-K, kindergarten, that area. Are children they born with empathy and conscience, or do you have to work to develop that, like sharing, and if you want something they don't hit one another and all those kinds of things? So is this something you're born with, or is this something that you can develop? This empathy gene, this intuition. Can you develop these kinds of things? Can you develop intuition? Is there something you can do to practice and get better at this? There might have been a point in my life where I would have said no, that it's kind of predetermined. And then I spent a year with training at the Gallup Institute to be a perceiver. And that's just a qualitative person. My experience and my training had been as a quantitative person. And so I spent this year with Gallup at the Gallup Institute to train to be a perceiver. And I would now tell you that I believe that you can work on your intuition. There are things that you can do to be better at it. It's very important, but too many times we think that whatever level of intuitiveness that we have about things, but that's just the way it is. But I think it's important for leaders to understand and to know that you can work on it, that there are intentional steps that you can take to be better at it. Because I think that if you are not intuitive in terms of the situation that you're in the leadership in, if you're not, then you can't be successful. That it really limits your ability to be successful. And so it's not one of those fait accomplis, I am what I am, I can't. Yeah, I think if we understand that we can all change and get better, and putting connections together, I think that our leadership can grow and develop. But we have to be intentional. That's correct, Jennifer. We have to be intentional. We have to be self-aware. Back to that self-awareness. I know that I'm not good at this. I'm not very intuitive. That I've got to work on this. That it becomes an intentionality, and that's a big part of leadership, is being intentional. Again, back to the plan. You need a plan, but you need a plan for yourself as well. That's one of the things that we forget in leadership. We've got to grow and get better, and we've got to be intentional. We've got to work on our weaknesses. We can't just say I am what I am and forget about it. We've got to work at it. Leadership is work.
I just wanted to clarify real quick, just because I think women are more intuitive does not mean that I think that men can't, or all men aren't, or men can't be.
But the reason why men aren't is because I am what I am. That's the reason why they aren't. Men aren't as intuitive, but there's no reason they can't be. It's a decision. It's a choice. It's conscious. That's also intentional. I am. Everybody's just got to adjust to me. I'm who I am, and everybody's got to adjust to me instead of me adjusting to them. That's part of it. That goes back to that fake it till you can make it, bluff and bully and do those kinds of things. That's generally the toolbox of men. Now there are some women who do the same kinds of things, but that's not exclusively the purview of men. But it's pretty much been historically until this century. That was pretty much the playbook for leadership, especially for men. And we find that doesn't work. That doesn't work in collaborative organizations. It's not going to work. Why do you think that we have the great resignation going on across the country right now in jobs? I mean, people are tired of being treated like mushrooms and bullied and blustered and undervalued. And you know, now we've got corporations that are looking to legislative bodies to force people to work for them for what they want to pay them, how they want to treat them. Well, that's not going to happen. More so than any time in my lifetime, we've come to a point in our nation's history where we're going to have to talk about compassionate capitalism, where the government just can't make people work for what little people want to pay and treat them the way that they want, any way they want to. They've been able to get away. Folks have been able to get away with that too long, and as we can see, organizations are going to fail and are failing because of these kinds of things. And so leadership is a collaborative undertaking. And if you don't, and men just typically have gotten away with not being that way, not being intuitive, not being self-reflective, not having empathy, fill in the blank, have done these things. And some women as well. But the commonality is they're all those folks are going to be unsuccessful going forward. The world has changed, especially in the last 2 years.
I'll briefly comment. Elizabeth, thank you for standing up for the men of the world and saying your husband had that talent. And I think that I am far more intuitive now than I was 30 years ago, and it comes from wisdom. And so, because we do learn to read things and people better as we get older. That's Dale's piece on 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds. It's almost a learned behavior. But I also agree with Stacy in that, Stacy, I think that women are better at feeling things. It just doesn't feel right. So I have this feeling, and I think sometimes men are quicker to rush to judgment, but that's a stereotype, and I think Dale is 100% correct. Not that he cares if I agree with him, but in this case, I do, because I think it is a learned behavior. I think there is some genetic piece that women are really blessed with, this intuition, and we've stereotyped that for them, for you, but you have learned it, and you are better at it now. Those of you who are mothers, how much your intuition has even improved since motherhood began, and all of these things come together. I think this is a great law and an important law, and don't discount your ability as a leader to just recognize this just doesn't feel right. And if it doesn't feel right, it probably is not right. And I think that is the value of the wisdom that each of you brings to the table. So this is one of my favorite ones. I think intuition is a really neat thing. And the bad part on intuition is in hiring practices. We've got this check sheet of, why did you hire this person? Did they say this right? Did they do this right? And it's really hard to put on paper, well, it just didn't feel right. Doesn't feel like it's going to be a good fit. And the truth of the matter is that that's a pretty darn good reason for not making that move. And you got to figure out how to quantify it. And that's a challenge altogether different. But again, you have so much to offer the leadership world. Every one of you is a leader in a variety of ways, at home, at church, community, at school. Take advantage of the intuitive traits that you have and keep building on. I think that is exactly the key to this section. It is a learned behavior, and it will continue to grow as you practice it. All right, we're ready for Heather and number 9, magnetism.
All right, so the law of magnetism, this
actually it started out with a little activity at the beginning where it asked you to write down the qualities that you would look for if you were bringing people into your team. And then it started talking about the law of magnetism. And basically, the important thing here is that who you attract is not determined by what you want, but by who you are. And so then I went back and reflected on the qualities that I had written down of people that I would want. And the question was, is that who I am as a person, as a leader? And so really just kind of getting at the fact that you're going to attract people who are like you. And it really made me kind of go back and think about Collins. And it's interesting, I've heard this concept of getting the right people on the bus pop up a couple of times today. If you have the people on the bus, a lot of them come on because of who else is on there, again, because like people attract each other. It's much easier to change the direction and shift movement. If you have the right people on the bus, the problem of how to motivate and manage people largely goes away. And if you have the wrong people on the bus, it doesn't matter whether you discover the right direction, you still won't have the great company, or in this place, the school. And so as it dug into it, it really started looking at the different characteristics and how the law of magnetism works within it. So for example, generation is one of the characteristics. And in a lot of situations, most organizations reflect characteristics of their key leaders, including age. So people tend to hire and bring in people who are close in age, mainly because a lot of people close in age were raised in the same generation and have the same ideals and think similarly. Another one is attitude. And we always hear opposites attract, but in this particular situation, opposites don't attract. So positive attitudes tend to attract other positive attitudes. Negative tend to attract negative attitudes. It's that misery loves company idea. And some people are content being negative all the time, some positive. And then when you're around people, even if you both have positive attitudes, attitudes tend to shift and become more alike those that you are around. And I found just with people I work with, when I'm working around a lot of naysayers and they're upset about something, it tends to kind of drag my attitude and mindset in the same way. Another one is background. People tend to attract people with similar backgrounds. So blue collar workers tend to stick together. Employees tend to hire people of the same race. People with education tend to respect and value those who are also well educated. So again, like-minded people who share similar backgrounds tend to be attracted to each other in terms of the workplace. So other ones are values. People are attracted to leaders whose values are similar to their own. And it doesn't matter whether the shared values are positive or negative. Again, it's the same idea as the attitude. If negative values are what's important to some people, it's going to attract the negative values, and positive will attract the positive. Similar energy levels are also attracted. So people who are high energy may sometimes feel that low energy people are lazy. Sometimes low energy people may feel that high energy people are over the top, or those type A take control type of people. People tend to be attracted to the giftedness, so they find value in talent and excellence, especially in their area of giftedness. So those are creative, like people who think outside of the box. Those who are the rule followers, like the black and white, yes or no type answers. Similarly, athletes tend to follow coaches who were talented athletes themselves because they find value in it. It's easy for them to relate. And then the last piece that was brought up was leadership ability. So you tend to attract people who are similar to you in terms of your leadership ability. So if you were to rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 and you are 7, you'd be more likely to attract 5s and 6s than you would 2s or 3s. And it goes back to a lot of these other characteristics where we talk about attitude and value. And so in general, like-minded people tend to prefer working with and hiring like-minded people. And so some examples throughout history that Maxwell brought up, one of them was John F. Kennedy. When he became president, he was young, he was an idealist, and he formed the Peace Corps. And thousands of young people who thought like him and who felt the way he did stepped forward and joined. Theodore Roosevelt, he created a charge up San Juan Hill, and his group was primarily aristocrats from the Northeast and cowboys from the Wild West. And that was because he was born an aristocrat, was Harvard educated, but he turned himself into a cowboy and a big gamer. So those who identified with him and understood his background and his values went with him. And then Hitler, on the negative side of it, he had very negative values and was able to draw a lot of people who shared those same values. And we all know how that went. So people tend to attract those who are like them. So the last piece of it that Maxwell brought up is, as a leader, you're going to find yourselves in one of two situations. You're either not going to be happy with the people you're attracting, or you're going to be very content with who you're attracting. If you're not happy, Maxwell brought up the idea of going back to the law of process and working through that to increase leadership skills, reminding us that growing an organization requires growing the leader. If the leader is stagnant, the organization is going to be stagnant. And then he also recommended examining your character and going back to some of those traits, those characteristics, and looking at what are your values and where do you sit with those? What is your talent, your giftedness? What type of leadership abilities do you have, and working towards growing yourself in those situations. And for those who are content with the people they're attracting, he talked about working to recruit people who are different from you. And this immediately made me think about the strength finders and, the fact that we all have our top 5 strengths, and sometimes we need somebody to complement that. Not necessarily people who are exactly like us, but people who can complement our weaknesses and help grow us as well. So there has to be a bit an intentionality around recruiting those people. You have to know what your weaknesses are and where you need growth to recruit people who are different than you. But also keeping in mind that you want those people who have those similar values and leadership abilities, but maybe their strengths are a little bit different than yours. And that was it.
Okay, so magnetism, I think there's a law buy-in still to come. We've got several of these others. We get talking about charisma and other things, and what pieces come into play that allow us to attract others to us in our various roles. And I think Heather offered a number of constructs, if you will, that or factors that we would, do we share this in common? Do we share this in common? Do we share this in common? Truth is, a lot of times the magnetism is that somebody's leading us that we are attracted to, that we have nothing in common or very little in common with. But the good leader figures out what things the constituents that we're trying to attract, what they're looking for, and use that to attract people to it. So if they're looking for charisma, then offer charisma. If you have that talent, if they're looking for values, then offer those values and live your life accordingly. So this is a magnetism. If there's a fault to the book, there are so many of these that blend with others, and I think this one is one of those for me. But a leader who does not take advantage of the law of magnetism is not going to have many followers, that's for sure. So Heather, I think you enhanced this one tremendously by going in other directions to kind of let us see that there are various factors that come into play with magnetism, and tying it, as several of you have, to your strengths-based leadership piece, where you kind of understand your own qualities. All right, anybody have anything to add to this one?
Summarize, be what you want. That, as I learned a long time ago, you can't catch catfish with carp bait. If you're looking for certain skills or abilities, or you got to be those things. Be as the leader and the organization. You're not, if you're a 2, you're not going to get 7s. If you want 7s, you got to be 7. on a scale of 10. So that to me is the law of magnetism. That the lesson in leadership is you got to be what you want. And so I'll do a quick. Went on a recruiting trip years ago for a school system that I worked in, and we went to a very populous area in the Northeast and recruited, and they had not been successful bringing back many applicants. And so I took we flew up. I took a young lady and a young man, very attractive, put them in new suits and nice clothes, and we brought back 400 applications because we represented to them, they saw themselves in these young people. So we were what we wanted. We took that example with us, and that's an oversimplification, but it's exactly what we're talking about. Be what you want.
All right, I see Ann traveling, so it might be a little difficult for her to present. Is that correct, Ann?
I have her stuff, so I can play it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Rebecca. Am I frozen?
No.
Okay, let me know if this plays, because I did not see a sound option.
Just 4 days after the collapse of the World Trade Center towers, Bush went to ground zero. He spent time there with the firefighters, police officers, and rescue workers. He shook hands, he listened, he took in the devastation. He thanked people working there and told them the nation sends its love and compassion to everyone who is here. The people cheered. They felt validated. They felt understood. Bush had connected with them in a way no one had seen him do prior to that moment. This was a wonderful period for George Bush during his first term of office. And this was a huge statement in his ability to connect with his people. During Bush's second term in office, Hurricane Katrina hit. At this time, he flew over New Orleans in Air Force One, peering through one of the jet's small windows to see the damage. As the tragedy unfolded, no one in authority at any level of government connected with the people of New Orleans. The people most affected by the problems felt abandoned, forgotten, and betrayed. Even when Democratic leaders said that Bush was very much engaged in the rebuilding process and praised him for prompting Congress to dedicate money to rebuilding the levees, by then, Bush could not undo the damage of indifference that he had already created. He failed to connect with the people. He had broken the law of connection. You develop credibility with people when you connect with them and show that you generally care and want to help them. This is the law of connection. Some positional leaders often think, I'm the boss. I have the position. These are my employees. Let them come to me. But successful leaders who obey the law of connection are always the initiators. Herb Kelleher is the company founder and current executive chairman of Southwest Airlines. His ability to make connections with his employees was evident when they took out a full-page ad in US Today and addressed the following message. Thanks, Herb, for remembering every one of our names, for supporting Ronald McDonald House, for helping load baggage on Thanksgiving, for giving everyone a kiss, for listening, for running the only profitable major airline, for singing at our holiday party, for singing only once a year, for letting us wear shorts and sneakers to work, for golfing at the LUV Classic with only one club, for out-talking Sam Donaldson, for riding your Harley Davidson into Southwest headquarters, for being a friend, not just a boss. Happy Bosses Day, from each one of your 16,000 employees. That's quite a statement. And if I was a leader who had my employees take out a full ad in a newspaper to write me a thank you, I would be incredibly humbled by that. When you're applying the law of connection to your life, you need to think about the skills that you are good at and emphasize those skills. Think about your Clifton strengths and how we developed those skills last semester. Also think back to Knight's Better Conversations, where he lists different techniques of really connecting with your audience or connecting with your partner in a conversation. Some questions that you can ask yourself to become a good connector, help you become a good connector, are found at the end of the Law of Connection on page 124. Be a connector.
Okay, so this one is a, and maybe again, it could probably fit into several, but the law of connection is the, it reminds me of if I get or I send a thank you to a group of people, and it always ends with thank you for all you do. There's just something not connected about that. You know, if I send an email to this wonderful cohort of folk here and say thank you for being who you are, you know, I haven't connected with anybody, because each one of you provides a reason for me to be thankful, several reasons for me to be thankful. Your humor, your willingness to support one another, your willingness to support me, the prayers we say for one another, all of these things. But to say thank you for all you do doesn't connect. And I think the real piece of this one, and all of us will acknowledge in the environment we're in now, it's hard for us all to connect because we just don't have the interaction opportunities. Still, in the world you're in, at work, at home, at school, everywhere else, if we can get to know each other well enough that there is that connection, and if the leader will make that connection, then all of these other pieces that we've talked about up until this point and what we will talk about going forward will make even more sense, that we understand one another so well that there's this connection between us. And if we go back to what we talked about with people being willing to stay with us through thick and thin, it goes back to that connection piece. That the leader has connected with the follower so much so that the follower is going to be willing to tolerate the shortcomings of the leader and stay true to the cause. And this is such a valuable piece. And you know, the picture of President Bush, you know, all of us remember 9/11 in 2001. All of us remember Katrina. I think that was 2006. And how, you know, President Bush in those two instances went from the mountaintop to the valley for really the same reason, just the opposite performance. And that is connection. You can't make connection by writing a check. You make connection with relationship and care and understanding and empathy. How many times have we used that today? Who's got a comment?
I have a comment. Sorry, I was cheerleading and now I have lost my voice.
I thought the children were cheerleading.
Well, everybody cheered. I just want to say that there was a piece about Ronald Reagan and his staff, like when he was not at the White House, when the helicopter would land, they would say, "Oh, like daddy's home." Like everybody was excited to see him because that's just the feeling that they had at the White House at that time. And it just makes me think of like one of my principals. Nobody knew if he was like on or off campus because it didn't matter because we were so comfortable with him. We did everything the same, whether he was there or not. And then a different principal that I worked for, everybody knew when she was on or off campus, and people acted differently depending on whether she was there or not. So I feel like that law of connection also creates a level of comfort. And I don't know if there's a law of comfort, but when you're working with somebody and you're confident in what you're doing and you're comfortable because you know it's right and you know they know it's right, it just makes such a better work environment.
Mommy, thank you.
I agree. And I saw Andy's note earlier that she recognized, or her son recognized that Santa Claus was online. That is connection. And I don't mean to tout Dale, but I'm going to. You know, he has connected with thousands and thousands of children. Yes, as Santa Claus, but the truth of the matter is they recognize the same personality, whether he's dressed in a red suit or not. And that is connection. And this is what leaders do. So that there's this, again, persona that allows people to want to follow because we are true to ourselves. All right. I am within 1 minute of being true to myself. I told you we try to eat about noon. So, and that's perfect timing for Stacy because I think the kickoff is right now. And to stay on track and get you out at a decent hour, we're halfway. And thank you so much for your presentations. Let's do 35 minutes. 35 minutes. We'll come back on. Well, let's come back on at 12:40. 12:40. We'll come back on and hit it hard for the next 11 and have a good time with it. All right, 12:40. We'll see you then. Thank you, everybody. That your inner circle does kind of fill in the gaps of flaws in your own leadership, and so all those things come. I just think this was a critically important one, and for a lot of us, because you are in roles that you're not. And that's any role in K-12 until you get to the superintendency. You're not in a position to really build an inner circle the way Maxwell talks about it, because you are inhibited by what you have, and it's hard to maneuver that. So, you know, if I'm in a school level leadership position, you know, our administrative team might be all inherited people, some of whom I don't consider to be an inner circle person. And so, but I've read some of your apsils and some of you are, I think, kind of in inner circle roles at your schools. And that's really cool. And I know that that's something that you appreciate being a part of, that indeed school leadership listens and covets what you have to contribute. So I think, again, being in an inner circle has responsibilities, being a part of an inner circle and developing your own inner circle. All of these things are critically important to success for a leader. And with that, we'll move to the next one, which is Leah.
All right, here we go. The next law is Law 12, the law of empowerment. And I think as a leader, well, were I to become a principal, I would struggle with this one. Maxwell said only secure leaders give power to others. And I don't feel I would struggle because of insecurity, but maybe more so because of anxiety and just letting go of control. Anyway, empowerment is crucial, and it helps leaders to identify other leaders or potential leaders. We want to build them up. We want to give them resources, authority, power to make decisions and responsibility, and then actually give them the chance to lead. And Maxwell said successful leaders empower others. And I absolutely think that's true, rather than disempowering others or micromanaging others. Successful leaders help others reach their potential. So they identify potential in others and then help to grow, which is one of the main kind of themes that we've been talking about. The workbook mentioned 2 common childhood games, King of the Hill and Follow the Leader. And in both of those, you kind of knock a person down to build yourself up, or you do things that your followers can't do or can't do as well. And the issue with these, he says, is that in order for you to win as the leader, others have to lose. And he argues that ultimately that's not what leadership is about. Bill Gates agreed to this, and he said, as we look forward into the future, our leaders are going to be those people who empower others. This means creating an environment that balances autonomy with support, pressure with balance, and which pays attention to people's fundamental human need to matter. And I found that quote to be super impactful. People's fundamental human need to matter. So I found a meta-analysis of just studies conducted around the world. And what these authors found is that leaders who employ empowerment strategies are much more effective leaders. They influence and increase creativity and citizenship behavior in their employees. These leaders are more likely to be trusted, which is something that we've talked about lots, trust in our leaders. And these leaders were also effective at influencing employee performance. So that performance was increased significantly when there were leaders who empowered their workers. So again, in the workbook, there were some reflection questions. They asked why we think some leaders violate the law of empowerment. And I think personally for me, that would come into play when I look at my anxiety, because principals are ultimately responsible for everyone at their school, and you have to really trust your teachers and your other faculty and staff members to do the right thing, to follow the laws, to follow board policies. And if they don't, you're kind of the stop there. You are ultimately held responsible. And I think that is or can be a really heavy burden. Which reason on why leaders don't share their authority do you think is most prevalent with your people? So for leaders who don't share their power, why do you all think that is? And I'm curious because I think I know what I would have to work on as a leader, but what do you all think about your leaders?
shouldn't have stopped for lunch.
Hello? No, I'm here. I'm asking, like, for leaders and people in power in your districts and your schools who you feel have been micromanagers or who don't give authority or empowerment to you all as teachers. Like, why do you think that is?
I can tell you about when I was in Greenville County. I can't tell you about where I am now because it's not the same. But in Greenville County, we had we called her the lesson plan Nazi. She was the reason she didn't give us any power is because she was afraid to let go of what little bit she had left. She was on one of those on her way out kind of deals that was put in our building to make a difference. And really, she was put there because she was needing. The hope was, I think, they put her there to get rid of her. And so that was a horrible, horrible, horrible experience. She was awful. And one of the worst experiences I've ever had. And I can usually handle stuff like that pretty well, but she wrote me a note in my lesson plans once. And I flipped her back a 7-page essay about why she was wrong. And I'm not bad to do that to people who are in positions of authority, but I got her told and didn't care. So, she didn't because she was afraid. I don't know why other people do it. So.
For me, like I said earlier, is I think my principal doesn't trust us. I think part of that is because he's not necessarily growing the staff to be those leaders. And so he doesn't trust that our leadership ability and that we can do some things that, need to be done. He's not willing to delegate some of those responsibilities because as leaders, he doesn't trust us because he hasn't been very instrumental in training many of us to be the leaders he wants us to be. And that's going to come into my presentation next. But I think it's a lack of trust in the fact that he knows and realizes that he has not been empowering us to be the leader he wants to see in us. And so I think he's seeing that now, but that's why in the past, I think it's a lack of trust in our ability as leaders.
Well, for my principal now, I think is I don't know if she hasn't managed her time, but I just think she's clueless on either how to empower her teachers or she isn't making an effort to know what's going on in the classrooms. Because when I had my interview with her, I explicitly asked at the end of the interview, how do you support your teachers? And she told me that she grows leaders. And she has made one visit to my classroom since the beginning of the school year. And every time I try to reach out for these assignments for this class to learn more about principalship and stuff, I get no replies back. And so she's either clueless, how can you know what my strengths are as a leader if you don't take the time to A, make connections with me, or B, come into my classroom and let me show you what I can do.
Yeah, empowerment is a two-step process. Big E and little e, and I'll bore you again with this sermon. Empowerment as a classroom leader has to come first. That's best practices, how to teach. That's where we start. And to Elizabeth's point, you got to get in the rooms and know who can teach. But that's the first part, is empowering them, working with them to be better teachers. And you work developing their strengths. You work, corrective action starts from the positives, not from the negatives. We all know that. That we expand on the strengths that a teacher has and build them and work with them through the strengths that they don't have until they become strengths as well. But the first part of empowerment is empowerment as a classroom leader. And then there's a very intentional process of building a school leader and empowering teachers to be school leaders. Todd Whitaker talks about that. It's very simple. The The first level is once we've determined that you're an expert in your classroom, we have you teach other teachers. That's the first step to empowerment as a school leader. Teach other teachers. The second step, be involved in school curriculum. Third step, be involved in the school improvement team or the school improvement plan. Fourth step, be involved in the budget. And the holy grail is be involved in personnel. It's a process, but we start with empowering you as a school leader. And the only way that to do that is to empower you as a classroom leader. And the only way to do that, to Elizabeth's point, you got to be in the rooms and know what strengths they have and what they don't. And then you build on the positives and build them into that person that can go out and lead a staff development for the staff and teach other teachers. It's an intentional process. It doesn't happen just because you want it to. Back to the Dilbert cartoon there. I just tell you, you're empowered. You don't know what to do. You got, well, if I get to choose, I fire you, you fire me. I don't work. Empowerment is an intentional process. It's not a thing. I can't give it to you. It's like self-esteem. I can give you the opportunities to earn self-esteem, but I can't give you self-esteem. I can't give you empowerment. I can give you the opportunity to become empowered. And that's what we have to do as leaders. And again, and Andy just made a good point. You got to make them feel confident. Well, the way you make teachers feel confident is you build on their positives. I saw this good thing in your room. And we start from there and we go with that. Instead of, I saw this, and boy, was that bad. That's never a good way to start. That will get you nowhere. We start with the positives, we accentuate, we build people up rather than tear them down.
Failure to empower is failure to lead. It's that simple. If you fail to empower, then you're going to end up doing it yourself. And if you ended up doing it yourself, you're not leading. So it is a kind of I think Dale was exactly right on target. It's a building piece that you are recognizing what things you can empower others with by being in their workplace to see what they do well and to just continue this building mechanism. And once that happens, then you start releasing this and releasing this. I do agree that as a brand new leader, you can't just wholesale empower without being specific of what you are empowering with. The cartoon was perfect, Leah. And I think that, so, when you're interviewing for your leadership role, don't just go in and say the first thing I'm going to do is empower my people, because you're going to need to be specific with what things you're going to release to what people to get that success. But to not do it, I think that Stacy, your example was perfect. I mean, it is an ego thing. The leaders who don't let go of it is an ego thing, and that again is a recipe for failure. And we've seen it. We've seen these autocratic leaders. They may get immediate short-term results, but it will fail. So this is an important one, but I worry that in the context of buzzwords, that empowerment gets lost in what it really should be. And so this discussion, I hope, it's nothing new for you. You all know this already, but just a reinforcement that wholesale empowerment is just as fraught with consequence in a negative way as no empowerment. You have to empower the right people with the right opportunities. So Elizabeth, I hope you will get that opportunity. And I'm glad you recognize when that hasn't happened. And so each of you now who have had those experiences, Stacy's had that experience, and I think Ann's alluded to it before, and Elizabeth's alluded to it, and probably all of you could give an example or 2 or 10 or 20 where it hasn't happened. And I think it will all go back to, in my opinion, a lack of self-confidence on the part of the leader. And if that's the case, then somebody needs to make a change in the league. That's how I'll leave that. Thank you, Leah. Next is Phyllis, and number 13, which is, can't read my writing. I'll let her tell me.
Okay, thank you.
Law of the picture, yes.
The law of the picture. People do what people see, says Maxwell. The book makes reference to a HBO series called The Band of Brothers, but during Sunday school, we were talking about the story of David and Goliath. And I thought that, because I had not seen The Band of Brothers, but I do know the story, David and Goliath, I thought it was a good representation of the law of the picture. And I think everybody has heard the story of David and Goliath. But anyway, David, who was a shepherd boy, stepped forward to accept the challenge to fight Goliath. It wasn't Saul, who was at that time was the king, or any of his experienced soldiers who accepted the challenge. It was David who eventually defeated Goliath. And David grew up to become a warrior and eventually became king. But along the way, he raised up a group of warriors, what he called the mighty men, and who many of them, because of what David did and David's leadership in defeating the giant, also became giant killers, just like David, because that's what they saw and that's how David led them. And it took a person who had done that in order for them to believe that they could also become that type of leader, unlike Saul, who was the king, at the time. And just like it takes a giant killer to produce other giant killers, Maxwell says that it takes a leader to raise up other leaders. Leaders cannot give to others what they themselves do not possess. They have to commit to personal growth and then pour everything that they know into their people, into their employees. And if they do that long enough, if those leaders do that long enough with enough people, whether, just like Dr. Lamb said earlier, even if you don't have a bus necessarily with the right people or even necessarily in the right seats, but if you do that long enough and you teach them and you empower them and you train them, eventually you'll develop a leadership culture within your school where your employees will step up to the plate and be empowered and become the leader that they see in you and emulate you. And you'll also attract perhaps other people outside of your organization or outside of your school to be encouraged to come to your school because of your leadership style. Okay, great leaders show the way with the right actions, which are copied by their followers or employees to success. Leaders understand the role of the vision. A mission provides the purpose of the why. A vision provides a picture of the what. A strategy provides a plan for the how. Besides having a clear vision of the future and what must be done, leaders bridge the vision gap between them and their employees. To bring the picture alive, they don't just communicate the vision, they effectively model the vision, setting the right example and showing the way. Such clarity and credibility produces belief, energy, passion, and motivation for people to keep going. We talked about just now, why don't all leaders develop other leaders? And one of the things that we learned from Leah, some leaders are insecure. In our discussion, some leaders are insecure. Some don't see the value in developing others, which is terrible. Leaders who develop leaders, first of all, see the big picture. Every effective leadership mentor makes the development of leaders one of the highest priorities in life. He knows that the potential of the organization depends on the growth of its leadership. Leaders who develop leaders also attract potential leaders. If you first develop your leadership qualities, you'll be capable of attracting people with leadership potential. Leaders who develop leaders create an eagle environment, an environment where leadership is valued and taught. Not only attracts eagles, but it also helps them learn to fly, helps to empower them. Effective leaders cast a vision, offer incentives, encourage creativity, allow risk, and provide accountability. And that's what I have. People do what they see. They become who leading them if their leader is effective and willing to empower them, to train them. We had an exercise in our staff meeting this week. Our principal asked us to write down 3 things that we want to see from our principal. And the majority of people said to help us grow as leaders, to help us become better teachers. So, employees want that. Use our talents and not try to do it all yourself. So, yeah.
I think one of the earliest memories we have as we began aging, all of us, as we began going through adolescence and became older teenagers, and some of our mentors would remind us, and our parents would remind us, that there are others watching us. They are watching to see what we do. And that's a church lesson too, but it's a reminder that every behavior we exhibit, people are making note of. And I think that Maxwell is reminding leaders of this, that it's great to stand up on Wednesday afternoons at the faculty meeting and give this wonderful talk on here's what we're going to do now, team. But if I'm not exhibiting the right behaviors during the rest of the time, then I'm just not a leader. And I'm constantly reminded of that people are going to learn more from me by watching what I do than by hearing what I say. And that's the law of the picture. And it should humble all of us that is the case. And I hope that I will never lose track of that somebody sees every action that I take, or that at least it's out in public. And Stacy, my team plays at 3:30 today, and we're at Syracuse, so nobody will see me out in public being angry at that football game. I'll be here. But in truth, if I were in anywhere else and somebody saw how I behaved, if we play like the Gamecocks are playing, which probably has a better chance than not, then it would be an embarrassment. And I hope it wouldn't be an embarrassment, but it probably would at some point if I said something stupid or acted a fool. I just go back to we have to be cognizant that people are watching us, and those we're not oblivious to seeing many of you with family members, children that are around, you know, your children are watching you. They're watching you all the time and drinking in everything that you say and do that they have access to see and hear. And it goes the same as and we were in our respective roles at work and everywhere else. So that's my law of the picture. Dale, you got anything on this one?
Keeping with the football thing today, why did Urban Meyer get in trouble this week? The coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. They played in Cincinnati last week, and instead of flying home with the team, he went back to his home in Columbus, Ohio, and was seen out with a woman who wasn't his wife in a bar. The law of the picture. Now, if you know anything about athletics at a fairly high level, it's about hard work and sacrifice. We're going to talk about sacrifice later. But what you got to understand is sacrifice is not about what you do. Sacrifice is about what you don't do. And one of the hardest things that you have to do with college athletes and professional athletes is to get them to behave themselves so that they'll be able to play. Don't be out all night. Don't be drinking. Don't be doing all these things. It's the teams and the coaches that are successful are the ones that can convince their players they have the talent, but don't waste it. Don't compromise your ability to play by being hungover or sick or tired or sleepy or whatever. It's that sacrifice that separates the good teams from the great, or the average from the good, or the bad from the average. It's that willingness to not do things that you want to do for the good of the team. And when you're trying to get players, especially professional athletes, not to do these bad things that negatively affects their performance on the field. And when you go out and there's a picture of you doing those things, it compromises your ability to lead. That's the law of the picture. You can't be seen doing those things that you don't want others to do. And it's usually things that you shouldn't be doing rather than the things that that's the issue. It's that sacrifice. I won't be out in the bar drinking with somebody else, with some woman half my age. I won't be doing those things. How can I ask my players to come home at a decent hour at night and be prepared to play if I'm out doing those things as well? So that's really what the law of the picture is about. It's about setting an example.
All right. Next up is Mary, number 14.
Right. So law 14 is the law of the buy-in, which we've talked about buy-in throughout our EDCI program, that you can't do anything without buy-in. So Maxwell said, people don't at first follow worthy causes, they follow worthy leaders, which promotes the causes that people then buy into, and connecting it to the leader's vision and buying into the vision or the organization. Excuse me. In the book, he talked in the chapter about being on a trip to India, and it happened to be the year they were celebrating the 50th years of liberty. Excuse me. And they had Gandhi's images up on posters around the town. And so he made the connection with that Gandhi challenged people to meet the oppression with peaceful disobedience. It is through his dream, through his vision, through his actions that people believed in Gandhi and then followed him. So he also talks about followers, and that if you have a leader who has a vision, the result. So for him, for Maxwell, he said, when followers don't like the leader or the vision, they look for another leader. When followers don't like the leader, but they do like the vision, they still look for another leader. When followers like the leader, but not the vision, then change the vision. And when followers like the leader and the vision, then they get behind both. And that's the ideal world for an organization, is everybody's behind that leader and the vision. So the idea is that there should be a marriage of the multiple talents, that you should have a relationship and credibility from the leader, then promotes the buy-in from others. So for leaders, school leaders, that marriage can be achieved through two types of leadership styles. For me, those 5 outside sources needed to connect more to leadership in schools than Maxwell did. And so going with the leadership things that are on the Praxis test, then I married it to emotional leadership and a transformational leader. And those things specifically, I keep having to move everybody. Emotional and social intelligent leadership is what's showed on the left, that there are 4 domains of an emotional leader. And then Cherry shows the 4 areas or the 4 eyes of transformational leadership, so that when you then marry those 2 things, then you have increased buy-in from your staff. And being the English teacher, I had to connect it to Shakespeare, because the marriage of 2 things to me is that line from Shakespeare, the marriage of 2 minds. So Lynch stated that the emotional leadership is concerned about the feelings, the motivations of the followers. And so that's where you have to build that relationship with the staff first. It's like us in the classroom. We have to build the relationship with the kids before we can ask them to do anything. Cherry then stated transformational leaders have that strong positive vision. So they've got the vision. So you build a relationship so that the vision can happen. And when blended, then you've got that power of buy-in in the staff. So then if we talk about what Nettle said is going the extra mile, showing that characteristic of a transformational leader in that graphic, you've got to have a vision. Then people are going to go farther for you. They'll go over the cliff, figuratively, for a leader who has the vision. The book cited examples like Steve Jobs, Jeff Bezos, and Reshma Sanjanai, if I'm saying it right, and I'm probably not, but she's well known for her book, Girls That Code. And so building that buy-in that girls can do what boys can do. So with a principle that has a stakeholder buy-in, there's more investment with the vision and for the organization. And then Yang stated it's the principal's role to create that buy-in so that there's continuous improvement and continuous development in the organization. And that's all.
And I appreciate the way you wove those in. I agree. Maxwell's, and we said up front, this is a leadership book, but it's not an educational leadership book. So so you do have to kind of see how to make it appropriate to all of our domains, I guess. But for me, on the buy-in piece, I think, Mary, you hit it just right. It's the marriage of relationship and vision, and if either of those 2 are missing, it's not going to work. You're not going to have buy-in, and I have seen plenty of examples of great visions that weren't translated into great performance because there was no relationship piece. And I mean, just great ideas, and it just went nowhere. And oftentimes, most oftentimes, and every one of you can relate to this, and you've seen it, the visionary doesn't understand why it didn't work. And it didn't work because you haven't done anything to create a relationship piece. And it's that simple. And then there are others that are just beloved for the goodness that they have in their life, but they can't picture the grander things that need to happen in an organization, and translate that into here's how we're going to continue to improve. So this law of buy-in demands from us as leaders a great deal of skill level. And we may be born to get along well with people. But if you get into those discussions of, is somebody a born leader? I'm not sure that that's the case. I think that there are people that are born with certain personality traits, but I'm not sure you're a born leader. Maybe y'all disagree with that. I just think it's a developed piece, because, you know, I can't picture somebody who can become an instant visionary, or, I mean, you have to educate yourself to figure out what you're going to envision, and knowing how to build relationships and build a culture of relationships is just, you know, it's a talent, and I think it's a learned talent to a great extent. Who has a comment on this one?
I just wanted to say, I think my principal, I like him a whole lot, but, and I think he has a really strong vision for what he wants the school to become. But I think, just knowing what little I know and what little I've learned about leadership in this class, plus, you know, being in education for as long as I have, I don't think he's going to get it to happen. And I think his downfall is going to be his relationship piece. And I like him, but, you know, I like everybody. So to say that he and I have a good relationship is not really saying much. He is not very competent at building relationships with people that he disagrees with, or people who disagree with him. And how do you tell somebody, or I know it's probably not even my place, but I just want to tell him to stop because I see him going down a rabbit hole, and I think he could be good. I think he has a lot of good qualities, but that one thing is going to be the thing that shoots him in the foot, and it hurts my heart for him, because I think, like I said, he's a hometown boy and he has a great vision. He wants to do great things, but he's not putting people on the bus, and nobody's in the right seat, and because he's not building that relationship piece, and it hurts my feelings for him. So.
Yeah, I've like I said, I've seen, you know, leaders be deficient in one of those and not deficient in the other, and many may say I'm deficient in both of them, but I want to encourage us as we go forward to remember that they are married. And I think, Mary, you did, that was a good thing. I'm married and married, but Mary, you did a good job of picking that as the key piece of this this section. Does it work for any level of leadership? Absolutely, in any domain, but I think it certainly is true in our world and education that it is critical. Dale, you got anything with this one?
Yeah, I always summarize this one very simply. As a leader, your vision is your own, but the mission, to fulfill the mission, you've got to have buy-in from the stakeholders, including the client. That's the piece that's what Stacy was just talking about, and what Mary was presented. The mission itself, which is fulfilling the vision, which is the how-to, we're going to get to this vision, that requires a group effort, requires a buy-in from your stakeholders and the client system. And that's the part that most beginning leaders don't understand or don't know or forget. Even older leaders forget, is I want to do this. I think this is what we ought to be doing. But if you can't get buy-in, if you don't understand that actually moving the organization requires all the stakeholders, it doesn't get anywhere. And that's what Steve was talking about, relationships. It doesn't get anywhere. if you don't have the relationships with the stakeholders to get it there. And so we talk about leadership is a combination or a ratio of task and leadership behaviors. Vision is kind of a task behavior, but to get it accomplished, mission is a relationship behavior. If you can look at it that way.
Andy, we're ready for 15, which is the law of victory.
Okay. So earlier, Dr. Laws was talking about how this book flows really well into, law into law. And so this is the law of victory. And I think you'll see how you have to have buy-in in order for this law to work as well. So Brennan wrote that business is about winning. I like that you just mentioned that this is not necessarily an education book. It's kind of just a leadership book in general, can be applied to whatever. So it's a game that when played expertly resulted in a massive success for the company. Victorious leaders have one thing in common. They refuse to accept defeat. And Maxwell gives a lot of examples of this in this chapter. He starts off by talking about Winston Churchill, who followed Neville Chamberlain as Prime Minister of Great Britain during all of the terrible things Hitler was doing. And Winston Churchill had always been kind of somebody who spoke out against the Nazis, and Neville Chamberlain was a leader during a time when they did not retaliate, I guess, against the Nazis. And so he was ousted in April of 1940 when the people lost faith in him. He lost their trust. So going back to law 6. Then Winston Churchill came in, and no matter what happened, he refused to let the Nazis win. As a matter of fact, he was the one that really wanted the United States to get involved. He developed a relationship with Franklin Roosevelt. And actually, it says in the book that on the day that the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, ushering the United States into war, Churchill is said to have remarked to himself, "So we have won after all," because he never gave up. He got the United States involved, and well, we know how that story played out. Maxwell also explained that great leaders share the same view. And I loved this. Leadership is responsible. Losing is unacceptable. Passion is unquenchable. Creativity is essential. Quitting is unthinkable. Commitment is unquestionable. And victory is inevitable. And to go with that, I found that little quote on the side there. Victory is inevitable as long as perseverance is part of the equation. I said that this chapter has lots of examples of victorious leaders or people who just refused to give up. He talks about Michael Jordan. He talks about Magic Johnson, Bill Russell, Larry Bird, lots of sports references in this chapter, which makes sense if you're talking about victory. And then back to Schoenbeck, he summarized 3 components of the law of victory, which is a unified vision, diversity of skills, and a leader dedicated to victory. And there's these steps that he suggested you follow, which is to take responsibility and then lead by example. Make sure you get the right people on your team. And I like what Dr. Lamb has kind of said, where it's not about getting the right people on the bus, but you have to develop those right people and then get them into the right places. And then make sure that everybody has a unified vision, which then goes back to what Mary was talking about, how if you've got, they buy into the leader and they buy into the vision, then you can do things and be successful. But if there's not that buy-in with the vision or with the leader, something's got to change. Pincock wrote that leaders are resilient. They constantly move forward toward the next victory. I don't know about y'all, but I have been a teacher or a media specialist or whatever under leaders who just kind of like, you can see where something happens and they just kind of stop. They just kind of lose control, not lose control necessarily, but they just don't, you can tell they're defeated. Good leaders are resilient. So they're going to take that crisis, and it's going to bring out the best, sometimes the worst, but it's going to bring out the best in good leaders. And they're going to be able to problem solve, work with their team, and come up with something that will help them be victorious in the long run. So somebody who did that really well was Abraham Lincoln. Martinengo said that Lincoln surrounded himself with the best leaders available. That was part of what made him so good, is that he worked with others. Maxwell actually contrasts Lincoln with Jefferson Davis, who was known to be a little bit of a micromanager. So we want to make sure that we are doing everything that we can with the people that we have developed in our inner circle, that we've gotten in the right places, in order to come up with the best solutions to problems to be successful and victorious at all costs. And then that's it.
One of the things that resonates with me in this one, I don't know how many of you are avid readers, and I don't know how you would find time to be a reader when your world's as it is. But and I'm not an avid reader, and mine is part of mine is I'm always reading dissertations, so I'm tired of reading sometimes. But when I do get an opportunity, no one loves a good book more than me. So, but my wife is an avid reader, so she'll tell me what I need to read next, and then it'll take me about 75 years to read all that she's told me I need to read next. But one of the books that I read was a book by Erik Larson titled "The Splendid and the Vile," and it is the story of Churchill's first year as prime minister. And it triggers, Andy, you triggered this with your story here of Churchill coming in. Churchill is the because we're going to do the law of timing, which is another one of these building blocks things, but he's a perfect right place at right time leader. I mean, this guy, he was one weird person, but he was in the right place at the right time, and he truly, in many ways, saved his country. And Splendid and the Vile, I want, if you have time, you need to read the book. It is, the one thing that stood out to me, I read it as we had entered the pandemic, and I just thought to myself, as you read the bombings that went on in Britain, and these people in Britain lived through winter with holes in their roofs and not knowing if they were going to get bombed the next minute. And so they were cold all winter and had no food and no way to heat themselves. And we Americans can't handle the fact that we can't go to a football game. And I just kind of sit there in disbelief that we are that spoiled now in comparison to two generations ago. And I'm embarrassed by it because I'm a part of that. And so if you get the chance, it is not a war book. I don't know how many of you read it. I think I saw, Andy, I think I saw you nod. Did you read it? Have you
I was
read
agreeing with what you were saying, but I read a lot of young adult fantasy, so I don't think it's going to be the same.
Okay. If anybody, if you get a chance to read The Splendid and the Vile, Erik Larson, it is not a war book. And so you will, and it's not a leadership book. It is a story of perseverance by a country. It has all the facets of life, including romance and everything else, because it gets into Churchill's children. But I think this goes back to the importance of the leader saying, we are not going to give up. We are going to win. And Churchill did not let his country give up. And the country followed. The country believed. And you know, it took, in many ways, many would say it took the Japanese bombing Pearl Harbor, which brought us into it, for victory to finally be achieved, but he just was not going to let his country give up, and it's a powerful thing. I mean, that's my editorial comment for this. The law of victory is the law that the leader will not let his organization lose. Period. Anybody have anything?
I just want to say I wish Shane Beamer had that law of victory going for him right now, but he's gonna let our boys lose, I think, this one. So
It's being a fan is a difficult thing. All right, we're gonna do one more, take a break. I'll check my list again. Jennifer.
All right, so mine is the law of the big Mo for momentum. Momentum is a leader's best friend. Momentum is the great exaggerator. So when things are going good, a lot of the small little minor problems can be overlooked and it's going to continue to be good. But that also goes for the negative as well. If things aren't going so great, it can be really bad. But momentum makes leaders look better than they are and helps followers perform better than they are, especially when things are going good. More people are willing to follow through and get on that bandwagon. And momentum is easier to steer than to start. I thought that one was a really important one because we see that very often. And momentum is the most powerful change agent. And then the number one, in my opinion, in this list is that the momentum is the leader's responsibility. And then right along with that, I would have put these two together. It begins inside of the leader. So I had another video clip here with Maxwell.
In the Laws of Teamwork book, one of the 17 laws of teamwork that I write about is the law of the big Mo. I talk about morale. I talk about high morale. And you know what I say about high morale? When you're winning, nothing hurts. Isn't that the truth? Boy, you see a team winning. You don't see a team walking slowly off the football field. Oh, it was a rough game. No, they're jumping up and down. They're excited. You know why? Because they got the big Mo. They've got momentum. When you're winning, nothing hurts. Can I tell you something? When you don't have momentum, it works like this. When you're losing, everything hurts. Isn't that the truth? So how do you move the big Mo? How do you get it going? Number one, understand its value. Understand the value of momentum. As a leader, you've got to understand, and the best way I can explain it, if you'll let me use a sports analogy again, what happens to coaches? Well, let's say, for example, I'm coaching and my team is losing, and all of a sudden we've lost momentum, and the other team is pouring up, just pouring on the points. Okay, what do teams that are losing momentum? What's the coach do when the team starts losing momentum? Calls timeout. Now, why did the coach call timeout? Very simple. They realized that momentum is getting away from them. I wish every leader would understand what a coach understands. When you're losing momentum in your organization, call timeout. It's time to huddle. It's time to talk about the issues. Don't put your head in the sand and act like it's not happening. Say, look, we're not doing well. Let's talk about it. Let's turn this around. Let's get the big Mo going for us. So, number one, understand its value. Number two, figure out what the motivating factors are in your organization. Just figure them out. There are certain things in your organization that motivate your people. You say, as a leader, I don't know what they are. It's very simple. Ask your group. Get to your team. If this is my leadership team, I'm going to go down. I'm going to say, okay, let me ask you a question. What motivates you? What really gets you excited? What gives you energy? They're going to tell you. They'll tell you what motivates them. They'll tell you what momentum they need in their life to go forward. So figure out the motivating factors. Number three, remove the demotivating factors in your organization. Now, we just did the opposite. You're feeding in the motivating factors, the demotivating. For example, I may be talking to my team. Hey, what's your name? John, I may be talking to my team, and I say, okay, John, let me ask you a question, John. What demotivates you? And John might say, you know what? In our company, it takes too long for me to get an answer. Man, 3 weeks ago, I want to know about something. I'm still waiting on the answer. All the bureaucracy and all the stuff, all the paperwork. I hate that stuff. And so I say, okay, John, one of your demotivating factors, obviously, is bureaucracy and too much paperwork. So what do I do as a leader? I say, okay, let's see how we can give you direct lines so you can get your answers. Okay, what I'm saying is leaders instill motivating factors to get the momentum going, and they remove demotivating factors. Number 4, schedule times for direction and celebration. In other words, when you win, have a party. And when you have the party, always give them direction for the next step. One of the greatest mistakes I find in celebrating is too many organizations celebrate and it's just an end in itself. When you have a party over a victory, at the end of that party, say, you know what? Let me share with you where we want to go next. Always give direction at your celebration times. Always say, this is our next level. This is where we're going to go. Because the people they already have momentum. They feel they can win. They feel successful. They feel good about themselves. They've got a victory under the belt. That's the time to give them the next challenge. Number 5, recognize and honor people who move the ball forward. Very simply put, find the people who move the ball forward, give them the credit, recognize them, get them up in front of the people. Very important. And by the way, if they're not moving the ball forward, don't applaud. It amazes me in so many organizations how we affirm people that aren't doing a good job. You've never seen a coach, when a ball player fumbled, stand on the sidelines and clap and say, "That a way to go." No. So you recognize and affirm those who are doing the job. And number 6, practice what I call character leadership. And I would define character leadership this way. Character leadership is when I lead with enthusiasm and hope, and the future doesn't seem very bright. In other words, the average person, when things don't look good, they sag. Leaders, they suck it up and move forward and get positive, and they lead whether they feel good or not. Quit waiting to feel good to lead. Quit waiting for your first victory. If you've had a loss, put it behind you. Keep going. Have character leadership. Understand that as you go, so will the team go.
So if you don't believe in the vision and enthusiastically pursue it, doing all that you can to bring it to fruition, then you won't start making the small gains required to get the ball rolling. One of the educational examples that was mentioned was when looking at Stand and Deliver, where it was the David and Goliath story by the Jaime Escalante, the AP calculus teacher. I know that I saw this one a long time ago. And actually, I think it might have been, I don't even remember, but it came out years ago. And wanting to be a teacher and being able to see this movie too, I wanted to be that teacher. I wanted to be the one who was enthusiastic no matter what students I had in my class. And I wanted to make sure that I was having those right goals and mindset that no matter who was sitting in my room, they would feel like they could do it. And so for this one, he had, his calculus students took the test, and it came into question by the testing organization because he had so many that passed. There's a small clip here that the news station did when he passed away.
We close tonight with the story of a life spent making a difference. As we told you last night, Jaime Escalante died yesterday. He was the legendary teacher immortalized in the film Stand and Deliver. He took on the students that others had given up on, tough, poor kids from East LA. He showed them how to excel and how to deliver. His story tonight from NBC's George Lewis.
To watch Jaime Escalante at Garfield High was to witness a master motivator at work. Telling inner city students you can succeed if you have the desire. In Spanish, ganas.
Ganas. The key word over here. And ganas means determination, discipline, hard work. We need students with ganas.
His students from a poor Latino crime-ridden neighborhood noted for failing schools consistently scored well in the advanced placement calculus exam. But in a controversy depicted in the movie Stand and Deliver, test administrators couldn't believe the results and accused 18 of Escalante's kids of cheating. Escalante, played by Edward James Olmos.
Those scores would have never been questioned if my kids did not have Spanish surnames and come from barrio schools. You know that.
When his students retook the test and did better the second time around, Escalante became a hero.
He's not going to let you down. If you have the desire, if you have the ganas, he'll be there 24/7 for you.
In 1991, 6 of his former calculus students landed summer jobs at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. One of them, Thomas Valdez, is there today working on fuel cell technology.
I think Escalante actually put that spark in me that made me really want to become a scientist.
A function of, let's say, K, right?
Another Escalante student, Erica Camacho, whose parents were janitors, got a PhD in calculus and is now teaching at Arizona State University.
The impact that he had in my life and in the life of all his other students is like a domino effect. It's not going to stop here. It's going to go through many generations and it's going to impact a lot of people.
And there you have the true legacy of Jaime Escalante. A whole lot of former students who overcame the odds.
You got it. You're the best.
George Lewis, NBC News, Los Angeles.
So ganas, desire, determination, hard work, it must begin inside the leader and spread from there. Do you have enthusiasm and ganas? And then you cannot kindle a fire in any other heart until it's burning within your own, by Eleanor Dawn. That's pretty good.
All right, thank you, and thanks for the clips. They certainly resonate. And in fact, the Escalante one will fit well with the law of legacy, which will be the last law. With momentum, Big Mo, I think that there are a multitude of sports analogies that come in, and certainly the view of when things are going well, you're clapping and cheering and continuing the everybody's all excited. When it's not going well, the coach calls timeout. The thing with momentum for me that should resonate with all of us is when things are going well, and all of us have and will continue to experience those times as well, when things are going the way you hope they will go, and we're on an upward trajectory. That is when we as leaders need to pounce. We pounced on getting stakeholders to buy in further to what we want. We pounce on getting community to invest in us more than they have before, because everybody loves a winner, and they will invest in a winner. So he doesn't, I mean, from a business acumen, from a school acumen, from a life acumen, we can understand that we need to really use momentum to our benefit, and it just keeps growing and growing and growing. And then when those times come, when it's not going so well, hopefully you've built up enough credibility that the next line from your community is, well, the one thing I know is they'll get it back going because they've shown that they could before. That's the law of momentum. Any comments?
I have a couple of things here that are kind of immaterial, but this is reminders. Newton's law, Objects in motion tend to stay in motion. You got to keep, you can't ever quit as the leader. You know, there's no day offs. There's no taking a break. You know, you got to go. You got to saddle up and ride. That's the first one. And, you know, I hear young people in these preparation programs, and they talk about, boy, I'll be so glad when I get through this program where I can relax and take it easy. No, we're just preparing you for what it's going to be like in the real world. It's going to be even more. So objects in motion tend to stay in motion. You got to keep going. And the other is that, you know, is the first law of thermodynamics, which is energy is not lost. It's just transferred. And so if you lose it, somebody else will get it. That's the way it works. And it's a whole lot harder to get it back. So you can't stop. It's a treadmill. Once you get it going, you got to keep it going.
All right, 2:13. Let's do 7 minutes. 2:20, we'll come back. And we've got 5 to go. We're on a good track to be through a little bit early. 2:20. Thanks.
Okay, so I had the law of priorities. So not every leader prioritizes. Just because we have busy schedules and we think we're doing a lot, that doesn't actually mean that we're being productive. Prioritizing requires leaders to continually think ahead, to know exactly what's important, to know what's next, and to see how everything that they do relates to their overall vision. And sometimes prioritizing means that we do uncomfortable and sometimes painful things or decisions. So I have a small clip of what I think those uncomfortable and painful decisions when you're making priorities. Oh, hopefully this works. Can you hear it?
No.
Okay. Let's try this again.
Is everyone present and accounted for?
Not quite everyone.
Who's behind?
Mine.
Hey, guys! Why did the toys cross the road?
Not now, ma'am.
Oh, I love riddles. Why?
To get to the chicken on the other side!
Yippee! Chicken! Oh, well, we tried.
We'll have to cross.
You're not turning me into a mashed potato.
I may not be a smart dog, but I know what roadkill is.
There must be a safe way. Okay, here's our chance. Ready, set, go!
Oh, that went well.
So basically, I think we've all seen Toy Story at least once, but Buzz, his number one priority is saving Woody. So he had to prioritize and make tough decisions that maybe the whole group didn't agree with, but had to be done. Maxwell talks about the 3 R's, basically asking yourself what is required, what gives the greater return, and what brings the greatest reward. So leaders are responsible for making tough decisions based on their priorities. And like I said before, they may not be the most popular decision, but as long as it stays in focus with the overall vision, then they have to be made. Greatest success comes when you focus on your people and on what really matters. And successful leaders live according to the law of priorities. And the book gives an example of former head basketball coach of the UCLA Bruins, who was hailed as one of the greatest coaches. And it's because after several rounds of observation of the team and their capabilities, he made a list of priorities. And so the rest of the season during those practices, every second or every minute of practice sessions were planned out with specific goals, which is how he prioritized and how he made, a mediocre team into a great team. So ways to apply the law of priorities to your life include reflecting on your priorities and asking yourself questions, what is important, and write out answers to the 3 R questions, what's required, greatest return, and reward. And you either delegate some of your goals or you eliminate them, or delegate some priorities or eliminate them. And then carve out specific time to revisit your priorities and help your people be successful. So basically always self-reflecting and thinking about your priorities and how they're going to get you to the goal that you want to achieve. And that's it.
If any of you get a chance to Google John Wooden's Pyramid of Success, it is not a basketball pyramid, it is a life pyramid. And I would encourage you to do it. He is truly one of the greatest human beings to walk this earth, in my opinion. And but you will appreciate his Pyramid of Success. John Wooden is the name. I think that all of us can relate to setting priorities in our lives, and we act on them. Every leader will act on the priorities that the leader sets for the organization. And if we keep those things in mind, we will typically be more successful as an organization. All right, anybody have a comment on this one?
I do want to say that we talked about early on, when we do the AppSell, we look at our standardized test scores. There's a reason why. They are a priority. Whether we can agree or disagree, but if the life of the school administrator is the standardized test scores are a priority. And everything kind of emanates from that, whether we agree with that or whether we don't. And so those things are defined for us in our business. And so we don't have to agree. We don't have to like it, but we have to understand it and act accordingly. That's the hard part here, is agreeing with those priorities or acquiescing to those. That's the hard part sometimes for the leader.
All right, Heather, number 18. Law of sacrifice.
All right, so the law of sacrifice, number 18, a quote that I found that I kind of thought captured it was, "The heart of good leadership is sacrifice. A leader must give up to go up." And one of the things that stood out in this particular section was the way we think about sacrifice, sometimes sacrifice is thought more of doing something you really don't want to do, but it's also not doing something that you may want to do, and kind of looking at it from both angles. So there were several components in this chapter. There's no success without sacrifice. Many working people dedicate time and thousands of dollars to get the tools they need. That would be us, before embarking on the next step in their career. And it talked about effective leaders sacrificing good things in order to dedicate themselves to what's best. So it could be, moving to a place that you may not want to move in order to have the career path and have the biggest impact. Another component it talked about was that leaders are often asked to give up more than others. And I thought this was a really good kind of picture in the book to capture it. So when you have no responsibilities, you can basically do whatever you want, but as your responsibility increases, your limitations in what you can do also increase, because the more responsibility you accept, the fewer options you have in terms of what you want to do. So the higher you get up in leadership, the more often you are asked to give up things that others may not have to give up because of the status that you have in leadership. You must keep giving to stay up. The book mentioned the fact that sacrifice is an ongoing process. It's not a one-time payment. So it's not like you give up something one time and then you're good to go. You constantly have to make sacrifices in order to keep, where you are in leadership. And it said in there, if you have to give up to go up, then you have to give up even more to stay up. So you may have to move to a less desirable area for a job or take temporary pay cuts in order to have greater opportunity. And that's kind of like on the business side of things. And then the last component was the higher the level of leadership, the greater the sacrifice. And it gave a really good scenario of being at an auction, and when a bid starts out really low, everybody's in the bid, and the higher up the price goes, the more people drop out until they get to the point where in the end, there's only one person who's willing to pay the price for whatever it is. And I just thought that was a really good analogy in terms of going up in leadership. And it also mentioned the fact that the higher you get up in leadership, the more you're scrutinized, which is why it's so important to be willing to make the sacrifices, not only doing the things you don't want to do, but not doing the things that you would prefer to do in terms of sacrificing. And that is it. Short and sweet.
All right, it's amazing as we get toward the end how fast these go. So, law of sacrifice. And I think, Heather, you really pointed out that it is what you may have to give up, but you also think of it in the other way of things that you might have wanted to do that you can't do because. So I think with leadership, some of the things you give up include time, because it's one of those things that you, because you impact a greater number of people, I guess you could say, that they want a little bit of your time, and there's only so much of that to give. So one of those sacrificial things is time. I think the one that's always stood out to me in my leadership time was that our daughter never experienced another superintendent besides me, because you live in the district where you're superintendent. So she always went to school in the same district where her dad was superintendent. And I can't put myself in her shoes, but I can only imagine that there were times when that was not a comfortable thing for her. So family pieces come into play as well when you're in a leadership role. These are things, when the law of sacrifice, I think what Maxwell's trying to tell us, and he's in the ministerial world, and I think all of us can relate. We've always talked about what preachers' kids go through, right? And it's kind of the same concept of they're viewed a little bit differently than some others because of what the role of the parent is. I think that if we decide we want to be leaders, then we decide what we're willing to give up to be that. And that is, so this one's a little different than the other things in this book, in my opinion, because when you decide, when you decide this is what I want to pursue, and it involves a leadership role, it is going to involve conversation with family, and it is going to involve conversation with God, and it is going to involve conversation with yourself. Take the time to weigh out, is this leadership role worth what it's going to cost me and my family? And if it is, then go for it. I think Dale and I mean, there's things we wish we'd have done differently. I'm sure I could speak for myself. I imagine I'm speaking for him. But to us, it was worth it. Again, it wasn't perfect. There are things we wish would have happened differently, but it was worth it. It wasn't an arbitrary decision of, I want to do this no matter what. It was a weighed out decision of here's the good, here's the bad. This is the decision we're going to make. But if you make it based just on, boy, that job looks good, then as you all know, it's not going to be what you want it to be. It's going to take that conversation with God, with family, with yourself. If you'll do that, you'll know where you're supposed to go with it. But it is a sacrifice, like anything else in life. All right, who's got a comment?
I have a question, and this is a serious question. Is the concept, especially with younger faculty members, is the concept of it's a school night, is that still a thing? That's about sacrifice. We're talking about having teacher leaders and they become school leaders and they become administrative leaders. It's kind of a building process, but even at the first level of leadership, being a classroom leader, is it still a concept that it's a school night? I'm not going to go out. I'm not going to be drinking. I'm going to be planned, prepared. I'm going to show up in the morning sober and clean clothes, not the same clothes I was wearing to school yesterday, a dozen bar stamps on my hand. Is that a thing still, or is that too passe? Is that too old school, last century? Because that's what we're talking about. Is that still a thing? It's a school night, so I won't be out. I won't be at the ball game. I won't be at the bars. Are people able to sacrifice that now, or is that too old school way of thinking?
Depends on what age bracket. I would say yes. To me, it's a school night, but to some others who are younger, it doesn't matter to them. At our school, at least.
I was afraid you'd say that. And so that's what gives me pause for the next generation of educational leaders. Again, you have to be intentional. You have to have that conversation with God and family and what the sacrifices you're going to make. But you have to have that conversation with yourself at a fairly young age, what you're willing to give up, what you're willing not to do in order to achieve the things that you want to achieve. I'm just not sure that folks are willing to have that conversation. I hate that too. Again, leadership a lot of times is more about it's more about sacrifice than hard work. We assume hard work. Everybody's going to work hard. It's those that are willing to sacrifice. That's the ones that achieve, that make it, I'm afraid. All right, that was it for me.
All right, and so last thing on sacrifice is certainly we would be cognizant that every one of you has made a conscious decision. You are sacrificing today. You're sacrificing tomorrow. You sacrificed each time we've been together, and you sacrificed each time you sat down to work on your absence. It is a decision you made, and you had to weigh it out. And we're thankful you did. We're hopeful that you will find it to be a sacrifice that was worth it. So the law of sacrifice is very real. You have to give up things to get to where you want to be. All right. I want to introduce you all to Rebecca. We're going to get to hear from her for the first time today. And if you had forgotten, hers were, every one of you had the same amount of stuff. Hers was on the front end. So in earlier weeks we've been together, so everybody had the same number of assignments. That's why you hadn't heard from her till today. So Rebecca, welcome.
Hi. Okay, my internet's going slow and now my screen's dark. Is it dark for you guys?
We can see it.
Okay, let me stop
It
sharing.
is kind of dark, but
It's still dark on that screen. What happened? Because it won't let me move. Let me stop sharing it. Okay, this is what happens when I don't. Okay, coming back. Okay, sorry. There we go.
there it is.
I had, it's slowly coming. Okay, I know what the first slide says when we get to it. Okay, so laws of time, or the law of timing. So with the law of timing, I first wanted to touch base of where we've seen in the world timing, where timing went wrong. Okay, the first one was with Katrina, and that's actually, I think somebody mentioned that. Anne, was it you with President Bush, I think? Just everything there with Katrina was bad. Timing was bad. The governor did a voluntary evacuation when everybody around was doing a mandatory, and then changed it to mandatory at last minute, and it did not give the citizens enough time to actually evacuate. So then plan B was they went to the, I think it was the, what's it called? The Superdome, which actually was a horrible mistake because it's below and built up on the side. So it started filling in with water, and just, it was not very thought through, and the actions that were taken and decisions were made went wrong with the timing. We've seen wars go wrong. The Battle of Gettysburg, after the South's defeat, the Union forces should have immediately counterattacked and destroyed General Lee's army and ended the war. That's what President Lincoln thought, and they actually did not. They took some time to rest, and we continued fighting. I think it was for 3 or 5 more years. We've seen it with Common Core. When Common Core was first introduced, teachers did not have textbooks or resources because they weren't there yet. So teachers were creating resources to use from the standards, and the textbooks finally caught up, but it was too late. A lot of states already petitioned not to do Common Core. And then at my school, we have a remedial time built into the schedule, and the schedule they implemented is not really, it's not really keen to the students or the staff. So it's failing miserably, and we're seeing students skipping it. It's hard to tutor a group of 5 students when you have another 30 running around. So this is all when timing has went bad. So, okay, next. Okay, so there are different ways of timing. The first one is when you plan for something and it's a disaster, when the leader takes the wrong action at the wrong time. So it's a complete disaster. Then from there, there's a resistance. That's when the leader takes the right action, but it's at the wrong time. So people start losing faith. Faith in the leader. They start resisting whatever change is being made or process being implemented. And then the mistake. So that's when a leader takes the wrong action at the right time. And that happens. And I think we all know we've seen that happen before as well. And how the leader actually fixes that or adjusts the action, shows the difference between a bad leader and a good leader. And then success, when the leader takes the correct action at the right time. And we all want success. So I think I missed my video. Yes, I did. Here is Maxwell talking about different timings. And let me know if you can hear this and see it. Maybe.
Right action at the right time equals success. And a classic example in history, in presidential history, of the law of timing is Jimmy Carter. When Jimmy Carter became president, he became president because the country was tired of Washington insiders. Think about it. Watergate, Nixon, Gerald Ford, who pardoned him. Basically, America was saying, we're tired of the Washington insiders. We need somebody that doesn't live in Washington, doesn't go to Washington. Here came Jimmy Carter, the peanut farmer from Georgia. Remember, he had his coat over his shoulder. Hi, my name is Jimmy Carter. And we just kind of looked at him and we said, he's the guy I'm going to vote for. Because he doesn't go to Washington. He doesn't look like Washington. He doesn't talk like Washington. We need Jimmy Carter in there. And he literally was elected president because of the law of timing. America was tired of Washington inside. Now, he was president for 4 years. During that time, it was not a good time. Interest rates got to 20%. Remember the hostages? Oh, the hostages. Iran took our people hostage and we didn't get them out. When we tried to get them out, our helicopters crashed and it just seemed like we were just bungling everything. Now, things were not going good. Do you remember Ronald Reagan? He had this wonderful charismatic smile and all of a sudden we thought, boy, we need somebody that's a little happy because Jimmy Carter was saying perhaps the best days in America are behind us. We needed a happy boy. We got Ronald. Literally, when Ronald Reagan was being sworn in as president of the United States, at the moment of his being sworn in, the hostages were being released. It's all the law of timing. And leaders that are successful leaders, they understand the law of timing. They understand when there's a time for action. Hey, and there's a time for them to be patient. There's a time to move forward. There's a time to stop. There's a time for thinking. There's a time for talking. They understand this whole law of timing. In Jimmy Carter's situation, timing was a double-edged sword. It took him into office. It took him out of office. What I have found is the best leaders understand the double-edgedness of the sword, but they understand how to use it for the benefit of their organization. Because timing requires the following 7 things. Number 1, understanding. You have to be able to see the big picture. Number 2 is maturity. Very seldom are immature people good with timing. It's their immaturity that causes them to want to rush things. 3 is confidence. I have found that, especially when you have to hold them, that you have to have confidence. You have to believe in yourself. Number 4 is decisiveness, the ability to make decisions quickly, because here's what I found about timing. Timing doesn't wait. Timing doesn't say, it's a good time. I'll wait a while. No, it's in and it's out. Number 5 is experience. And the more successful experience you have under your belt, the better your timing is. And number 6 is intuitiveness. And intuitiveness and timing are first cousins. They always work together. And number 7 is preparation. There's a lot to say about how preparation helps us with the law of timing. I think it was Abraham Lincoln who said, I will prepare and someday my time will come. He understood the value of opportunity. I just did a conference called Reality Leadership. And in reality,
I'm going to stop it there. So when I was reading through this with timing, my big thing that I thought, especially focusing on how to, as a leader, look at when you should time things, what actions you should take with these 7 steps. I thought about schools and changing, implementing programs, or, changing a curriculum. I thought of that, and I thought back through our previous work. So we went through with Paul and Horde, implementing change, and he focused on these different processes to implement that change. So timing, the law of timing, I felt like expanded through in educational leadership with all different aspects. So these aren't all of them. These are the main ones. Change is learning, change is a process, implementing change is a whole system effort. Organizations adopt, individuals implement. Team effort, that is huge. It always has to be a team effort. Interventions are key to success of change, and that goes into, ties back in with the planning and preparation. The appropriateness of interventions can reduce the resistance. So if your timing's well and you have proper preparation for your actions or your implemented change, then you'll not meet as much resistance. And then you have to keep on and keep holding accountability and keep training and looking at data and things like that. So that requires additional time as well. Also from last, I think it was a couple semesters ago, we went over time for change. I'm not sure, did I do this with you guys in your cohort or my other one? I forget. But this is basically, there's 4 factors about implementing change. You have to look at the why. Okay, why might people resist the change? What could be the lack of motivation? And what could you do to prove it or improve it? Who? So as a leader, how can you connect with everyone to make them motivated for that change? And then how are you going to prepare everybody under you to implement that change and then do? So you keep assessing the change and continuing the process for improvement. So I don't know if we have time, but I put back on the different levels with timing and the actions taken, and basically just wanted to see what you guys, because I know as I was going through them, everyone probably thought, oh, that's definitely happened. I've seen that happen with the leader. But what would you guys add, and how would you have maybe changed it if it wasn't successful? Okay, and that was my last one.
I think I've probably experienced all of those, but I don't, I was trying to put it into the right frame. But well, let me do this. So Rebecca, I think where I think it could resonate with all of us now is if all of us will think in a personal sense of decisions you've made regarding your family life or your work life, where you made a decision that really was impacted by time. Think of an event where you said, that really sounds good to me, but it's just not the right time. And think of when an opportunity arose and you said, you know, I think this is good. I think I can do this right now. And so oftentimes our decisions are based on timing. And you know, again, in the religious realm, we often say that it's in God's good time that we've been given this opportunity. And our problem often arises when we are impatient and waiting on the right time. Our challenge is to recognize timing and understanding, and I'm preaching to me as much as anybody, understanding that everything that sounds good isn't necessarily good if the time isn't right. Who's got a comment?
I'll offer the flip side of that coin quickly. In the school business, because we have report cards, we know when things have to change. We know it's the time. Problem is what's the right change? And that's the one that unfortunately we don't do enough database decision making. We know that our test scores have to improve, that things have to get better because people tell us that. But the ways and means to do that, the things, the activities that we select to do that, we have to be much, again, that same word keeps popping back up. We have to be much more intentional in the activities that we select. And so sometimes it's, you know, is this the right time? But sometimes is this the right thing to do at this time, at any time? And that's why we've got to be more intentional with our data dives and our data disaggregation, so that you know, we've got the time. This is the time to do it. Let's make sure that we just don't do anything because it's the time. Let's make sure that we do the right things at the right time. That's the key. The right thing at the right time. And that's always it for me is, you know, rarely do we pick the right thing, unfortunately, for the right reasons. And that's about our skill and ability with data.
All right, Ann, put your last one on.
This is the law of legacy. A leader's lasting value is measured by succession. John C. Maxwell says, "I want to add value to leaders who will multiply value to others." This is his life sentence. It has been developed over many years and has changed about every 10 years to encompass a more broad statement. Most people simply accept their lives. They don't lead them. If you desire to make an impact as a leader on future generations, then I suggest that you become highly intentional about your legacy. I believe that every person leaves some kind of legacy. For some it's positive, for others it's negative. But here's what I know. We have a choice about what legacy we leave, and we must work and be intentional to leave the legacy we want. The law of legacy.
All right. The good thing for all of you on this is that actually that was law 21, law of legacy, instead of law 20, which is explosive growth. But I'm going to wrap them both up. And I know that some of you are leaving at 3 o'clock, so give me 2 minutes. Law of explosive growth is about developing leaders to continue growing the organization. It weaves into several of the other things we've talked about already. And then it transitions into the law of legacy. What are you going to leave behind? And that's what Ann talked about. And this is not an ego thing. This is a leadership thing. Leaving the organization in good shape. Because all of us are going to leave the organization, whether it's the classroom, the school district, whatever, or this earth as a human being. We're going to leave a legacy of these are the things we put into place. And it ought to be, for all of us, the highest calling of leaving something in good shape. What I would have done is not show it to you, but encourage you to watch. Most of you have seen it, and the sports thing, but ESPN's Jim Valvano, they do it a yearly thing on Jim Valvano. And it raises millions of dollars for cancer research. And Jim Valvano, as a basketball coach, won national basketball championships. He also was fired for cheating. And instead of letting his legacy be that of a shyster and a cheat, he took it upon himself to make this world a better place. And once he was diagnosed with cancer, he made it his mission to uplift others who were going through similar circumstances. And indeed, ESPN embraced it with the Jimmy V Fund and other coaches, not just basketball, and other players embraced it, and it's raised millions and millions of dollars. I did not like Jim Valvano as a coach. And it wasn't just because he beat Wake Forest a lot. I did not think that it was representative of what NC State should stand for. That was my opinion. What I want you all to know is I am a cancer survivor. And I believe that Jim Valvano's legacy helped save my life. That is legacy. And if you and I treat the law of legacy the way we should, we will leave this earth better than we came into it. That is what Max was trying to get across. And that is our role as leaders. Whatever the capacity is, leave it better than we took it. And give opportunities for people to shine. Dale, you have a final comment?
See you tomorrow morning at 9.
Everybody, thank you all. Go Gamecocks. I imagine they're leading by now.
20-38, but at least we've scored.
Okay, that's respectable. All right, thank you, everybody. Love you. See you in the morning.
Bye-bye.